Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. I just want to let everyone know we're working on getting some administrative stuff done, so it'll be a few more minutes before we can formally get started. But thank you for being here, and you'll hear more from me in a little while. Good morning again. Thank you for your patience. I'll now go ahead and call this meeting of the El Paso County Planning Commission to order. I'm Tom Bailey, serving as the chair of the Planning Commission. Thank you all for being here and helping us participate in this process. My first order of business is to introduce and name the voting members of the Planning Commission who will consider and make recommendations on the items that are before us today. And so I'll go down the hall, and we have Ms. Miriam, we have Mr. Byers, we have Mr. Whitney, Mr. Moraes, Ms. Jack, Ms. Fuller, Mr. Markowitz, and the chair. So we have, did my math work? We have 8. So we always have the very dangerous possibility of a draw, which I don't think that'll happen today, but it always makes our life a little more interesting up here. So those are the voting members, and the first item on our agenda today is report items from the El Paso County Planning staff, the Planning Community Development staff. So Ms. Harrington, Mr. Kilgore, do either of you have any comments for us at the outset here?
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. I have nothing for you this morning. I would ask Mr. Kilgore if he has any updates for you this morning.
No, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. And as always, jump in when you need to help me out, straighten me out. I appreciate that. Next on our agenda, we always make time for public comments on items that are not on our agenda. Sometimes members of the public want to have their opinions heard on things that were not necessarily on the agenda for that specific meeting. So at this time, is there anyone who would like to make a comment on something that is not on today's agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will then move on to our consent items. First one is item 3A, adoption of the minutes from our last meeting held a couple weeks ago on June 6th. Commissioners have all had a chance to read those minutes. Are there any questions or corrections that review had? Yes, Ms. Fuller.
So we don't usually see this where they go from an RR5 to A35. Why are they doing this? It doesn't change my opinion. It's fine, but I just want to know.
We're talking about the minutes from the
No,
last
sorry.
meeting.
I thought we were talking.
So
I moved
you're-
on. Sorry. Sorry.
I won't be so quick to recognize you now.
Yeah, I know.
Since you
Trust me.
screwed up, so be careful. So as to the minutes from our last meeting, not today's meeting,
Sorry.
any corrections, any questions? Seeing none, we will deem those minutes approved as presented by the staff. Thank you very much for that. Next item is item 3B, file number P244, a map amendment rezone for North Meridian Road. Do any commissioners have any questions for staff on that item specifically? Yes, Ms. Fuller.
Same question.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ashlyn Matthew. I was the planner and reviewer for P244. So this rezone is going from RR5 to A35. And as mentioned, it's not something we see typically when we're talking about rezones to a lesser dense zoning district. However, this is being proposed due to the future development that the owner would like to do on the property, that A35 will meet those future developments better than RR5 would.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions then? So since most of you here in the room, thank you, Ms. Matthew. I think we're done there. Most of you in this room don't live through this as often as we do, so I'll go back and explain a little bit. The consent items on the calendar are things that are fairly uncontentious, fairly straightforward. We have an opportunity for questions. I'll ask if anybody in the audience is here specifically for that item, P244, that rezone. Is there anyone here who's here for that that's from the public? Okay. Seeing none, The next thing we'll do then is for these consent items, if there's no discussion or questions from the commissioners, we just go ahead and entertain a motion and vote to recommend approval or disapproval for each of those things. When we get to the regular calendar, a little more structured, a little more formal, and you'll have a time to make comments on those, or the public will have time to make comments on those if necessary. So I will entertain a motion on P244. Ms. Fuller again.
Yay, it's my turn. Mr. Chair, with regards to agenda item 3B, file P244 for a map amendment rezoning of 2775 North Meridian Road rezone, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 3 conditions and 2 notations, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Second.
Wasn't even looking. So who do we have there?
Brandy.
Ms. Miriam, thank you very much for the second. Any discussion among the commissioners on that? Seeing none, we will take our vote, and I'll start at this end this time. Mr. Markowicz.
Aye.
Ms. Fuller.
Aye.
Ms. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney.
Aye.
Mr. Byers.
Aye.
Ms. Miriam.
Aye.
The chair makes that a unanimous recommendation for approval, so we'll send this to the Board of County Commissioners for their final consideration. Moving on, our second consent item, item 3C, file number VA 235, a variance of use for 1185 North Curtis Road. Are there any commissioners who have questions for staff on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Whitney, do you want to ask those, or do you think it's sufficient or extensive enough to have a full hearing
I'll
on that?
defer to you, so I'll ask it, and if staff isn't in a position to answer it, it really should be the applicant, then I'll ask that we do that. But
Okay.
perhaps I
Yeah,
can just quickly.
Let us know what the issue is primarily, and then we'll see where we go.
So good morning, how are you?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you?
Good. So unless I missed it, and I could have, there was a lot of material, so I apologize if I missed it. But this being a variance, a use variance, I was looking for evidence of what the regs require, i.e. in particular, quote, peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties or undue hardship. And I saw a lot of discussion about compatibility, which is also important. But I didn't see anything that said, I really have to do this for the following reasons. Is it there, or did I just miss it?
I'd like to defer to the applicant to express for that portion of the criteria of approval.
Is that all right with you, Mr. Chair?
Is the applicant here, I assume? Is there anyone else in the audience who's here for this item in particular? No, I think we know why everybody's here, but I just need to ask to get an idea of what we're looking at. So, sir, please come on forward. And as a reminder again for everyone, if you come up and speak, please make sure that you say your name for the record, and then also sign in on the sheet so we have the proper spelling and everything to identify people for the official record. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Planning Commission. My name is Andrei Varko. I am an owner for 1185 North Curtis Road. And I appreciate the opportunity this morning to express my request to the Commission. Mr. Whitney, I would like you to please repeat your question, please.
Sure. I'm happy to. Thank you. So as I recall, our regs and rules require in the case of a use variance that there be a showing of, and I'm going to quote the language, peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties or undue hardship. And then there's also a requirement that it be compatible with the surrounding properties, which is also something that the Commission will consider. But I'm most interested in what the showing of undue hardship is. Otherwise, there's no record on which to base a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Whitney. Well, I have to say that in my opinion, due to location of the property in question, there is a certain surroundings around it. and we have Dragonman's establishment directly to the west of us, which is, as you might know, a gun range, motocross racetrack, military museum kind of establishment. And we also have dog kennels to the immediately to the north of us. And I noticed that this kind of activity sets up certain mood for us being right in between of them. I realized it's not easy to justify the residential use for that certain property, considering the traffic and in general like noise level, let's put it this way. So in my opinion, continuing to use the parcel strictly for residential use as it is right now could put a hardship on general holistic life being in that particular dwelling. That's why there is such a request coming out of me.
I think if the rest of you don't mind, I think let's bring this back and call this
agree,
up.
'cause I'd
and
like to
there-
look at that.
Because there's more context
Yeah.
that we need to look at. And
Thank
so I appreciate the question. Thank you. We'll call this up and have you back up and have a more complete presentation in a few minutes and
Thank
get
you.
that. Thank you very much. Thank you for bearing with us on that. So we'll move that to the regular calendar and come back to it in a few minutes. Our next item is item 3D, file SF-245, final plat for Avilo Heights. Any questions on that from the commissioners? Okay. Anybody in the audience have any here with additional information or here for that item? Again, no, for the record. So I'll entertain a motion on file number SF-245. Not you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Moraes.
Mr. Chair, with regards to agenda item 3D for a file number SF-245 for the final plat of Avila Heights, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 8 conditions and 1 notation, with a finding of sufficiency with regard to water quality, quantity, and dependability, and this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Moraes.
Second.
Ms. Jack, thank you for the second. Any other discussion? Call the vote, starting down at the far end. Ms. Miriam?
Aye.
Mr. Byers?
Aye.
Mr. Whitney?
Aye.
Mr. Moraes?
Aye.
Ms. Jack?
Aye.
Ms. Fuller?
Aye.
Mr. Markowitz?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Again, we'll recommend this to the Board of County Commissioners for approval. Moving on, agenda item 3E, VR 232, vacation and replat for Harmonia Ranch. Commissioners, any questions for staff on that? Anyone in the audience here with concerns about that item? No?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Markowitz, please do.
In regards to agenda item 3E, VR 232, vacation and replat, Harmonia Ranch vacation plat, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution and the 7 conditions and 1 notations with no finding for water sufficiency necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Markowitz.
Second.
Mr. Whitney, thank you. Sorry, just getting my notes correct here before I go forward. Anything else? Any other questions, discussion among the commissioners? Mr. Markowitz, since you made the motion, I assume you'll vote aye, but
Aye.
I will ask you that. Ms. Fuller?
Aye.
Ms. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Moraes?
Aye.
Mr. Whitney?
Aye.
Mr. Byers?
Aye.
Ms. Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair will add his aye vote, making that another unanimous recommendation for approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Our final consent item today, file number SF SF1827, final plat for the retreat at Timber Ridge, filing number 4. Any questions for staff on that? Anyone in the audience who has any comments or questions about that item? Being none, I'll entertain a motion. You're off probation now, so you can if you want.
Pick me.
Ms. Fuller.
Mr. Chair, with regards to agenda item SF1827, final plat for Retreat at Timber Ridge, filing number 4 subdivision, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 12 conditions, 2 notations, and a recommendation of finding of sufficiency with regard to water quality, quantity, and dependability, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
I will second.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Thank you, Mr. Byers. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go and vote. Ms. Miriam?
Aye.
Mr. Byers?
Aye.
Mr. Whitney?
Aye.
Mr. Moraes?
Aye.
Ms. Jack?
Aye.
Ms. Fuller?
Aye.
Mr. Markowitz?
Aye.
The chair also votes aye, so again, we'll unanimously recommend this to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval. Now we've cleared the consent calendar, and we'll move to the called-up consent items, which is item 3C, VA 235. Ms. Matthew, you want to come on up and give us an overview of this, and we'll work our way through it. And again, for those in the audience, this is a little more how the rest of the items will go, with a presentation by the staff and the applicant, and then some time for public comment and discussion among the commissioners. So that's what you can expect to see for the rest of the morning. When you're ready.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ashlyn Matthey. The project before you is VA 235, 1185 North Curtis Road, a variance of use. My name is Ashlyn Matthey. I was the planner on this project, and Ed Schoenheit was the engineer for this project. Public input: if you wish to comment or participate and are watching remotely, please provide a name and reliable phone number to pcdhearings@elpasoco.com. Hearing procedure will be a staff presentation, applicant presentation, citizens in favor, citizens against, applicant rebuttal, and questions for staff. I'm going to switch to the PowerPoint or the PDF presentation. The criteria of approval is going to be from section 5.3.4 for variance of use. Please let me know when to go to the next slide.
As Mr. Whitney pointed out, our job is to look at specific criteria for approval for any application that comes before us, and in this case, called out that first item as a criterion on which he's a little bit concerned. The comments and input from the applicant, as well as any public comment, should be focused on the criteria of approval, not just on opinions and everything else. So keep that in mind as we go forward when we have any inputs, because these are the things that we're required to consider. We can apply some judgment on some things outside of this, but these are the ones for each item that we have to consider. Next slide, please. Okay.
The request before you today is by Andrei Varco for a variance of use on 5 acres to allow a recreation vehicle and boat storage and mini warehouse storage utilizing shipping containers in the RR5 zoning district. This is a vicinity map showing the different zoning districts surrounding the parcel. The parcel, subject parcel is outlined in black.
All those in the same color are all,
That's
everything
our
surrounding it
R5.
is all RR5.
Yes, sir. Sorry. This is the exhibit from the applicant going over the proposed land use. So we do have numbers here marked for the shipping containers and then RV storage as well. And then I included some of the parking and other things like that in case we did have questions about that as well. For the dimensional standards in the RR5 zoning district, the minimum lot size is 5 acres. The front, side, and rear setbacks are going to be 25 feet. The lot coverage is 25%, and the maximum height is 30 feet. And then we do have some notes attached at the bottom here in relation to the setbacks. Master plan compliance. So this is going to be in the large lot residential place type. So we have a preservation of the rural aesthetic in this area and focusing on the environmentally sensitive areas. This area will see 2.5 acre lots or larger. With that being said, we do have larger areas here, but we also do see, as the applicant noted, that there are some commercial uses in the surrounding area, such as Dragonman's as well. With this use being brought forward, the applicant has given us a pretty thorough exhibit, and we do still see that this could be compatible based on the fact that we still have rural surrounding the area, and we do see some commercial uses that have been previously approved in the area as well. Area of change. So this is going to be minimal change, undeveloped. So we'll see that this will have vacant lots in the area, and if we do have development in the area, we can see mixed uses being found in this area. And if we do have more intense development, we do still want to see that the overall character is still maintained throughout the area. I have some engineering slides next, so I will bring up Ed.
Morning, Ed Shonite, Department of Public Works. Let me just change out the Hubbles here. As for the property itself, it's located in the livestock company drainage basin. There's no basin or bridge fees are applicable with the variance of use application. With the various use application, a drainage report's not required, but we know that the applicant is working that as part of the potential site development plan. But that's not required for us to review at this stage. And it's not located within a floodplain area. It's all Zone X, so it's outside the 500-year. Any questions with drainage? Oops, not the right one. Oh, there it is.
Point, we
Gotcha.
just gotta
Gotcha. Scroll it down. Gotcha.
scroll. So hold on. You might have
Yeah,
just
good.
get in here really quick. Yeah. Just click through like that. Don't click, just scroll. Engineering.
Thanks. Sorry about that. No clicking, just scrolling is allowed. So, all right. On the transportation side, we did get a transportation impact study that was reviewed. CDOT also did review this as well. The property itself, as you know, is on Curtis Road, about 3/4 mile north of State Highway 94. Curtis Road is, though, a county-maintained paved road, rural arterial roadway. And then based off the traffic impact study, the development is expected to add about 6 daily trips to the surrounding network. No public road improvements are proposed or required with the development, and the development would be subject to the El Paso County road impact fee, and they will be required to obtain a commercial driveway access permit. Barring your questions on transportation.
For the hearing notification, the planning department sent out 7 neighbor notices to the adjacent neighbors on June 4th. We did receive a letter of opposition for this project, and then below is the picture of the posted sign at the property.
And that opposition was the one letter in our packet, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Applicant and representation will be Andrew Varco. Were there any questions for staff at this time for the presentation?
Mr. Whitney?
Just for clarification, Ms. Matthew, thanks. You mentioned in your comments that because there is some commercial in the area and there are large lots around, that it's possible to consider this compatible. You don't have to, but it's possible to consider it compatible. Can you pull up a map and show me, the gentleman, and perhaps when he comes back up will show us as well, but you mentioned some types of commercial development. I'd like to see which lots those are on, whether those are right next door or whether those are just in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yikes. It's so clear to me. Uh-oh. Just in your good presentation, there were some overhead pictures taken. That's adequate for me if those are reasonably current. Yeah.
That's fine. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So I'm gonna go, oh, wait, not this again.
Here, whoop, there you go.
So I'll just stick right on this
Okay.
slide. So this is our subject property.
Yep.
Across the way here is going to be the Dragon Man's commercial use. So he has quite a few parcels, and then he has his own road over here. But this use consists of paintballing, motocross. It also has a shooting range. It has a variety of commercial uses. This area directly across from the parcel is new development, so we can expect to see in this area, we have transition. We also do see a new development within a developed area. So, we do expect development. If we do, we want to see that it's done responsibly, and there is preservation of certain areas as well. So this is one of the bigger commercial uses that is right here. The applicant did note we have some kennels north of the property, but I did want to state that one of the larger, very well-known commercial uses would be right along here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you mentioned approved uses, that there are some approved commercial uses around there. Can you tell how is that approved? Are they through variances? Is it by right given different zoning for Dragon Man, for example?
Dragon Man was approved, I believe, in the 90s. If you give me some time, I can look at what process they specifically went through. I would think that they probably did go through a variance process, but I
If
would
you could
just
look
need.
that up after and bring it back after Mr. Varco speaks. Same thing with the kennels and whatever else is around there, because I think that goes to the heart of the hardship. If you're
Yes, sir.
stuck next to somebody that can do something that you can't, that might be a problem.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Markowitz?
I have a question for engineering, please. So when we talk about drainage, it was specifically drainage on this question. How do you take, I'm not, maybe I missed it, but I'm not sure. I mean, are they planning on asphalting the whole thing and then having the slips for each of the RVs and the connexes and all that? What are they doing to alter the site that's going to affect drainage? Because if the whole thing is asphalted, then obviously that's going to make a bigger difference, and we need to consider it.
Sure. At least on the initial concept plan that was submitted with the variance of use, again, they'll still have to do a full site development plan, but the concept plan for the variance of use shows grading across the lot with gravel primarily, and then they have some initial plans for detention to make up for that increased runoff.
So there is a detention facility?
They're, at least in the concept with the site development plan, that based on the disturbance for the parcel, that would be incorporated into the site development plan due to the increased runoff from the grading of the entire lot and then putting gravel down.
And then do we also consider, like, if you were to, if every one of these slips was filled with an RV, then it's like a rooftop. Do we consider that, or is it purely just the ground? that we're
Primarily for
working
the
on?
ground. Buildings, for drainage analysis, if it's a building, then the roof structures are calculated as a certain impervious value. Actually, it's less than 100% based off some capture and things like that. I typically do roof structures at 90. But for ground, which is for things like this, vehicles are not necessarily counted as part of like an impervious value. It's just the surface itself, because it would be runoff and then go into the surface. So, natural terrain, grasslands have their impervious value, and then you go from there from, gravel to 100% impervious with pavement. So that would all have to be captured in the site development plan with the drainage report to calculate how much runoff there is going to be, and then how much needs to be captured and detained before it's released. They can't release at a higher rate. It would still have to be detained and released at the historic rate, so they couldn't be like concentrated discharges going into the adjoining rural properties.
And as we discussed a couple weeks ago, connexes are not permanent structures. So
Correct.
we treat them like an RV, where you're not going to make a consideration on what they're putting on there. You're focusing exclusively on
Unless it's a
the
building,
ground.
then everything else will be based off of the surface imperviousness and the type of surface, whether it was grass, gravel, or asphalt. So
And there'll be a specific detention facility proposed on the concept plan.
once we do the review for, if approved, once we do the review for the site development plan, we'd have to review that drainage report at that time.
Thank you.
Anyone else for staff? Okay, let's have the applicant come up then. Mr. Barco?
Yeah, with the mouse, you just go.
Good morning again.
Good morning, and thank you for doing this. Thank you for representing yourself. Sometimes it's refreshing to have an applicant come in just by a normal guy, somebody who doesn't come in.
I didn't know it could be done
and,
otherwise.
So thank you very much. And
Well, thank you for being here for us. Everybody could see my presentation? Again, my name is Andrei Varko. I'm an owner for the parcel in question, 1185 North Curtis Road. The parcel in question, the property in question is located approximately 0.7 miles north of Highway 94, and it's on the North Curtis Road. The property is currently zoned as RR5, residential, 5 acres. The project area will take approximately 2.5 acres of a 4.79 acre site, and proposal is a construction or development of an RV mixed storage operation facility. On this slide, we have our current site plan. As you can see, currently there is a single family dwelling located on a northern corner of the lot. And we have this sort of U-shape going driveway in and out, which is connected to North Curtis Road. The rest of the lot is unused, and it's just a bare natural habitat environment, let's put it this way. As it's been mentioned before, our surroundings would be, this is a general area, Colorado Springs, 10 minutes to the west, approximately. We have different zonings going towards us here, but generally our surrounding area is are zoned R5, residential 5 acres. And surrounding area include motocross off-road racetracks with a gun range and military museum to the west, also known as Dragonman's. We've got a dog kennel operating facility directly to the north. All other adjacent properties to the east, south, and southeast are single-family residences and are being operated so. My request is to allow for the variance of land use, to allow for outdoor boat, trailer, and RV storage, together with cargo containers for the purposes of enclosed storage. Here we can see some of the slides depicting conceptual renderings of the project. Bear in mind, this may or may not look exactly the same. But here we are. We've got North Curtis Road to the west of the property. Here we can see an entrance to the Dragonman's facility. We are planning to have to develop a concrete or asphalt shoulder/ramp to allow for vehicles to enter and exit with the maximum detail to safety and not to impede with the local traffic. Here we have image of our single-family residence home that is existing now, and it will be off limits and closed off to the public. We're planning to develop few parking spaces for the visitors. We will have trash containers to use by the visitors, and we have outlined certain amount of motorhome parking spaces, as well as storage containers to north and south edge of the property. As it's mentioned before, there was a question about water runoff. It's planned to have a couple of water detention ponds to the north and to the south of the property. Also, the edge of the property is planned to be landscaped with some natural local flora habitants, bushes and shrubs. A couple of more slides like that from different angles. Again, just to repeat myself, this may or may not look the same in the reality, but at least this is our intention right here. The area, the property boundary would be, would have a fence, a chain link fence, 6 feet tall. We will have slats inserted into the fence to create a sense of privacy for the neighbors around. Here we have an image of proposed site plan. As you can see, it resembles what we have on the conceptual images there. We believe that we meet criteria of approval, since we have safety and security considerations in mind, which are include but not limited to chain link fence with slats for privacy, automatic entrance barrier gate with tailgate prevention, adequate on-site visitor parking, including handicapped and bicycle, exterior safety lighting, video surveillance that includes 24/7 live monitored cameras, and of course, close collaboration with local law enforcement and fire safety. The request meets engineering, Colorado Department of Transportation and environmental standards. Planned use will not impede with current traffic flow and road load. The proposed project will not be injurious or detrimental to the surrounding properties and their occupants or improvements in the neighborhood or to the general welfare of the city. And planned project to not adversely affect wildlife or wetlands. We believe that we align with current El Paso County Master Plan, including new setback requirements, and we believe that we support further diversification of services in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Again, appreciate you coming up and speaking to this. Ms. Matthew, you'll come back now for a minute.
Hello. So I have some research here. So I'm going to start with Dragon Man. So we had let's see, let me pull. So I had there was a special use done in 96 for basically an outdoor recreational facility being the museum, which was approved. And then we had a variance of use done as well in 2010. And that was one of the variance of uses. I'm going to go back here because there's a few different ones. And then let's see. And then we had a special use in 2012 done. It's a special use amendment for the retail sales of firearms. So there's been special uses and variance of uses done for the variance for the various different uses associated with Dragon Man's. And then with the kennel that was done, it's a Doggy Dude Ranch, and it was a special use and site development plan that was approved for a larger major kennel.
Okay. No, thank you.
Are they zoned residential still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Markowicz, you have a question for staff?
I don't know how practical it would be, but I was thinking about the connexes, the storage. In general, when we're building a permanent building, there'd be height restrictions. Is there any restriction on if they wanted to stack two connexes on top of each other for more storage? I mean, is there any kind of a height?
Well, our R5 has a height restriction,
Okay.
so that
the
zoning
connexes-
requirement has to be met.
So even though they're temporary structures and not permanent structures, those connexes would still have a maximum height,
Yes, any structure has to meet the zoning district height requirements.
even if it's not a permanent structure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No? If you put the criteria of approval back up, please, one last time. At least that first page.
I'm going to scroll one moment. Okay. It's 2 slides, so if you want me to scroll to
Yeah,
the next one.
just this first page, I think, is adequate. Any discussion among commissioners? Last chance for questions? Nothing? Okay, then we entertain a motion on this item. Huh? Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Who's jumping the gun?
Yeah. Sorry. I think I asked before if there's anybody in the audience who's here for this item, and I think I remember a negative answer, but I will ask just to be sure. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this item? And I don't see anyone, so are we okay now to continue? All right, thank you. Thank you. So commissioners, any discussion? And hold on a second. So we've asked, we got no public input. Public input is closed on this. So now it's a discussion among us up here before we, as we move on. So you get your one chance and then that's it. Commissioners, discussion, questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion on this item, which is file number VA 235, a variance of use for 1185 North Curtis Road.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Moraes.
Mr. Chair, with regards to agenda item 3C of file number VA 235 for a variance of use at 1185 North Curtis Road, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 4 conditions, 3 notations, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you. We have a second.
Second.
Ms. Jack, thank you very much. Any other discussion? Mr. Markowitz, call you for a vote.
Aye.
Ms. Fuller.
Aye.
Ms. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney.
No.
Mr. Byers.
Aye.
Ms. Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair also votes aye, so we will recommend approval of file number VA 235 to the Board of County Commissioners to approve this variance of use. Mr. Whitney, do you have any other comments that you'd like to share for the record?
I take no pleasure in the vote, but my concern is that the immediately surrounding properties are still R5 and still residential, and while there's commercial in the neighborhood, I'm a little bit concerned that 2 wrongs don't make a right necessarily, so I'm uncomfortable with it.
Thank you. And I find my agenda here. I believe we are down to what everybody's here for, or a lot of you are here for. The map amendment rezone, file number P2315. And I'm going to make a decision that we're going to take about a 10-minute break so we can come back and not be interrupted, because I don't think this one's going to take just 10 or 15 minutes. So please be back here. Let's start again at 10:05 by that clock, and we'll move on. Okay, we're back. Thank you very much for your patience. I think we'll all be a little more comfortable now for the next little while as we consider our agenda item 5A, file number P2315, a map amendment rezone for the Lazy Y Rocking J project. And we will also, yes, we'll also hear the second piece of this, which is RVP 231, same subject. And I'm sure Ms. Bagley has them intricately interwoven to make our jobs
a lot of
all
pressure.
easier. So thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kylie Bagley. I was the planner on both of these projects. So today we'll be going over the RVP 231, which is a rezone to recreational vehicle park, as well as P235, which is a rezone to RR5. Daniel Torres was the engineer on this project, and he will present the engineering portion of this presentation. So just to go over the procedure today, we'll start with presentations. Both staff and the applicant will present. Then we will move into public comment. Then the applicant will have a chance for rebuttal. And then we'll go into questions for staff, and then the Planning Commission's recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners.
I like this slide. Nice.
So in front of you is just the approval criteria for the map amendment rezoning. So both the RVP and the P, so the RR5 portion, will have the same approval criteria for the rezone. And then let me know when you're ready. I'll move forward. So the request in front of you is to rezone 34 acres from A35 to RR5 and RVP, Recreation Vehicle Park. So as you can see in front of you, this is the diagram that the applicant provided. The southern portion of the lot, 5 acres, will be rezoned to RR5. The applicant is intending to live on that portion of the property. And then he's going to rezone the northern 29 acres to RVP. The intent is the owner of the RR5 portion will manage the RV park. So he will be right next to the property, kind of as the property manager of the RV park. So here is the subject property. It is south of Highway 24 off Peyton Highway. It is currently zoned A35 agricultural and is surrounded by A35 and then some portions of RR5 to the south and the east. So in front of you are the dimensional standards for the RR5, so that southern 5-acre portion. I'll just kind of leave it here for you to look over. And then I'll move forward to the standards for the RV park. So some things to note for density, an RV park can have no more than 25 recreational vehicles per 1 acre. So the proposed RV park will have roughly 111 campsites, which equates to about 3.8 recreational vehicles per acre. So well under that 25 requirement for density. The proposed RV park, the units itself will not take direct access off of Peyton Highway, so there'll be one internal road that comes off that Peyton Highway. And then the applicant is also proposing about 5 acres of open space, which will have landscaping and then buffering to the northern and southern properties. So you can see this is the diagram that the applicant had provided. So it does show that one road that will come off Peyton Highway. They do have proposed landscaping along the edge of the property. And then here will be the RV sites, and then as well as some tent sites. And then again, the single family dwelling will be here for the owner of the RV park. So the property is within the large lot residential place type. It does talk about primary and supporting land uses. So the primary land use would be a single family dwelling with typically 2.5 acre lots or larger. The master plan is silent to an RV park. It does touch on it a little bit within our tourism section, but you will not find that use as part of any of the place types or mentioned in areas of change or key areas. And then the area of change is minimal change, undeveloped. So it does say it could develop, but the essential character would remain. I'm going to invite Daniel Torres up to go over transportation and drainage.
Morning, Commissioners. Daniel Torres with Engineering. In terms of transportation, access to the sites is from Peyton Highway, which is a county-maintained road, owned and maintained roadway. Traffic study was submitted for the project. Traffic along Peyton Highway remains below capacity for a major collector roadway. No off-site improvements would be required. The property is subject to the El Paso County Road Impact Fee, and no CDOT access permit was required per the letter that was provided by CDOT. In terms of drainage and erosion, the property is located within the Upper Bracket Creek and La Vega Ranch drainage basins. They do not have drainage or bridge fees, nor are they assessed with zoning applications. A grading erosion control plan and a drainage report would be required with the subsequent site development plan and subdivision applications. Any questions in terms of traffic and drainage? Yes, sir.
Markowitz.
I noticed that you're going to have 2 drives off of Peyton Highway.
Correct. One for the single family residents and one for the.
Will the single family residents be able to access the park otherwise, or every time they need to go out to Peyton Highway and then come back into the facility?
Don't believe the current plan that they shows access. The applicant could correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
But a lot of that detail will come at the site development plan.
And you don't have a problem with the distance between the two?
Not yet, although that is not analyzed at this stage.
Okay.
With the site development plan, we're going to look at all that in further detail.
Thank
you. Any other questions?
Yeah, along the same lines in traffic. So the single point of access, is that a concern with 111 proposed units?
That is typical for commercial sites, where we do have one access point. There is no requirement to have 2 access points. Also, adding additional access points, now you start looking at whether it meets the access spacing criteria in our engineering criteria manual.
Any other questions for Mr. Torres? Thank you.
Thank you.
So maybe just as a follow-up to those really great questions, we are just strictly looking at the rezone today. The next subsequent application that would come in if these rezones get approved is a plat, which at that point we would look at water, sewage, and then we'll have the site development plan. If that gets approved, the rezone gets approved, or the plat gets approved, then we'll have the site development plan, and then we'll look further into those details of traffic, landscaping, buffering. Right now, everything that's been proposed is conceptual as part of this rezone.
With those items come, plat, the site plan I know doesn't come here, but does the plat come back here?
Yes, the plat will come in front of your board.
Okay, thank you.
So for public hearing notices, the county did send out 14 property owner notifications to those surrounding this property. The applicant did hold a neighborhood meeting a few months ago. They had a really great attendance at that. I would say over 60 neighbors came out to discuss the project. And then to date, the county has received, I would say, roughly 140 letters of opposition and 1 letter in support of this RVP zone. So with that being said, if you have any questions for me, I'd like to be happy to answer them now, or if not, I can hand it over to the applicant.
I just have one
Maurice,
question.
go
If you go back to your first slide,
Yeah.
just the overview it was a satellite view. There's right there. There's that gray. Is that a no?
Sorry.
Is that like a trail that runs through the property to the property on the west? Yeah, that snakes around.
Yeah. I can look and see if that's like a driveway or something that was put in. I'm not sure. at this
The
time.
applicant may be able to
Yeah. Okay.
highlight that for us. Anything else? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
So I'd like to invite Andrea up with NES at this time to go over the applicant's presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm sorry you're not getting a normal person this time. Sad old consultant,
I
sorry.
wasn't saying there's anything wrong with not normal people, but
So my name's Andrea Barlow with NES, and I'm here representing Scott and Deirdre Smith, who are the applicants for the Lazy Y Rocking J RV Park. And they can explain the name if you choose to understand that at some point. So I just want to talk about the project context. I will say that that squiggly line that was just referenced, I don't believe it's a trail or access road or anything. So I'm not quite sure what that was or why it was showing up on that plan. But here is the property, identifying the two different areas. It's approximately half a mile south of the intersection of US Highway 24 and Peyton Highway. It's a approximately 35 acre parcel. I do want to note that there is an existing Quonset hut on the property, and there is an existing cell tower. It has been used for different purposes over the years, the Quonset hut for storage, and it's actually taxed at warehouse and storage use by the assessor. I just want to point out as well, the existing access point is at this location on Peyton Highway. So as Kylie noted, the area is surrounded by a mix of A35 and RR5 zoning. And the RVP portion of the property is just over 29 acres, 29.4 acres. And the proposed lot 2 for the single family residence is just over 5 acres. And Kylie was corrected that the intent is that the single family home that will be built on lot 2 will be occupied by the applicants to manage the property. So the RV park proposal, I'm going to talk a little bit on this slide. This is a rendering we have had prepared of the current plan that was submitted with the RV park rezone requests. Because RV parks have specific use standards, we are required to provide a little bit more information at the zoning stage. I want to emphasize what this is, because we've heard a lot of comments in some of the letters, most of the letters that have been received about concerns about what this could be. But I want to explain what we're actually proposing. So we're proposing a high quality RV park for use by tourists and visitors for travel, vacation or recreation purposes. And that's kind of paraphrasing wording that's in the code. We are not proposing that this will be any type of housing, permanent, temporary or otherwise. So it is intended to be an attraction for visitors to the area. And we are proposing currently, well, this plan shows 30 RV sites, 11 tent sites, and 10 Conestoga wagon sites. So this is the circle in this northwest corner. Conestoga wagons are going to be permanently placed there. It's kind of a glamping experience, which is the popular thing right now. We are in this site plan is evolving. We are probably going to remove the tent camping. But beyond that, we are looking at approximately this number of sites. We're looking at about 100 sites at this current time, even though we are showing 111, but 11 of those are tent sites. We are proposing an access in this location. I'll talk a little bit more about access, but we moved the main access to the RV park further north from the southern access because of visibility. It has much better visibility in this location. So this is kind of at the top of our eyes, and this is, as was recommended by our traffic consultant, as the preferred location for the main access into the property. The existing Quonset hut is intended to be utilized as a facility to serve guests of the RV park only. So there will be a small camp store to provide essentials that people may have forgotten to bring with them for their camping experience. And also there will be recreation facilities. So there will be some games rooms. There will be a patio where people can, hang out as a group. So it's intended to provide some good quality facilities for the RVers. There's also some parking. It's difficult to see on here, but there's some parking proposed here and here. There are options so people can kind of park closer to the Quonset hut if they don't want to walk across the site. However, we are providing a trail network through the site to encourage people to walk. There are restroom facilities dispersed through the site. That's a requirement of the RV standards. My clients are very keen on making this a very ADA accessible facility. They have a handicapped child themselves, and they want to have this to be a friendly place for people to come who have handicapped children or other relatives. So the area will be accessible, and the playground we are proposing, obviously we're not at a site development plan stage, so we're not at this level of detail, but somewhere in this area we're proposing a playground which will have accessible playground equipment. There is an existing treed area here, which will be retained. That will not change. And it's a little faint on here, but we have done a fair amount of work on the site plan, even though we haven't submitted a site development plan yet. And we are proposing a detention pond in this location. So we have looked at all of our kind of stormwater drainage requirements, our utility requirements. So we have looked at some of this in detail to make sure it's all viable. While none of this is required to be reviewed at this stage in the process, we are confident that we can service this property with utilities, so water, septic sewer. This area down here will be the leach field, and then there will also be electric service on the property. And with that, I just want to note that each RV site will be provided with electric outlet. There are often concerns on RV sites with noise generated from generators, so that will reduce that noise impact. So moving on, I want to talk a little about the public involvement. We did have a neighbourhood meeting, as Kylie mentioned. We counted approximately 85 individuals who had signed in. Some people at the meeting declined to sign in. Primary concerns were compatibility with the residential and agricultural character of the area. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Management of the park, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. Lengths of stay and park turning into permanent housing. I've already addressed the permanent housing aspect, but I am going to talk a little bit more about that and the lengths of stay in the context of the management of the park. Water usage, I'll touch on that briefly. It's not a zoning criteria. Smell of septic systems. Again, everybody in this area pretty much has septic systems, and there is obviously a requirement to maintain them and clean them. And so that will be a requirement on this applicant as well. Slow emergency response times. I have some comments on that. Site lighting disrupting views of the night sky. We're not proposing any site lighting. Again, that's something that will come in with a site development plan. There may be some low-level lighting around the Quonset hut, but there's not going to be lighting through the site. We are hoping that one of the purposes of this development is to encourage people here who want to enjoy the natural views and the natural night sky context. So we're not going to try and disrupt that for the RV park users either. So it's just as we don't want to disrupt it for the surrounding neighbours. There was questions about the FEMA designation of the property as a location for busing illegal immigrants. That came up in comments before the meeting and also during the meeting. Concerns over outreach and public notification. I will touch on that. We notified per the county's notification standards in a 500-foot area. We also notified everybody who had written in to that point, I think, which was about 40 individuals' letters that we had received the county had received and passed on to us, and we notified them all individually, some of them who lived outside that area. And the fact that the neighbourhood meeting was so well attended, as is the hearing today, I think the notification was effective in getting to a broad range of people, which we will talk about shortly. And then there was questions and concerns about safety of children, livestock and property in the area due to the nature of the occupants of the RV sites. We feel that we've addressed these concerns. Obviously, the neighbours don't, but I'm sure you'll hear from them, and we will respond as appropriate in our rebuttal. And any other remaining items will be addressed with the site development plan submittal. So a lot of letters were received at the time we prepared this presentation. There were 133 representing 105 households. 120 of those, I don't know if you read all the letters, but they were pretty much a template letter. That was signed, so kind of like a petition. And then of those 105 households, 9.6% are within quarter of a mile. And you can see the progressive distances we've identified, and over 70% are over a mile away. So there's a lot of opposition to this project that isn't in the immediate area of the project. And this is just a graph that shows that the broader range of where the objection letters have come from. So the criteria for approval, as Kylie mentioned, this is a rezone. We have the rezone criteria, and I think the two primary ones are the compliance with the master plan and the compatibility with the area, land use and zone districts. There aren't any, there are criteria in Chapter 5 for the RR5 zoning, but the RVP zoning has use-specific criteria in Section 4 of the code, Chapter 4 of the code, rather. And we've met or exceeded those, which I'll go through those in detail shortly. So first of all, in the master plan, it's shown as area of change, minimal change, undeveloped. However, that still identifies that there will be areas on underutilized sites that are that can experience some change. So change is still anticipated in the area of change, but consistent with the character of the area. The site is located, we believe, and I'm going to talk more about this, in an area of a mix of residential, commercial, and agricultural. It is not purely residential and agricultural. The property allows for a lower density because it's a large property that maintains natural features like the treed area we mentioned and provides generous setbacks. And I think we showed that with the site plan. There's a lot of open space on this plan, buffering an open space. And then the single family residence is consistent with the actual density for residential identified. So the large lot residential, it is the primary land use, single family detached of 2.5 acres or greater. We are a supporting commercial use, although as Kylie noted, there's no real reference to RV parks. They're not kind of identified specifically in the master plan, but we would argue that it is a commercial use, not necessarily retail, but more of a service use in the tourism context. And this is also a priority development area in the master plan. And the second sentence of that first bullet is taken from that section where it says significant growth is expected along the corridor between Falcon and Peyton, not only to connect the existing subdivisions, but also to capitalise on the proximity to the highway and the Falcon Regional Centre. And so we do believe this site, it's only half a mile south of the highway, is well located to capitalise on Highway 24 traffic from an RV park perspective to attract tourism, and it's also relatively close to Falcon and Peyton, and it will Peyton facilities as well. And obviously the RR5 zone is compatible in the residential context. So some of the core principles of the code, there's the general principle regarding managing growth to ensure a variety of compatible land uses that preserve all character areas of the county. We talked kind of about the character areas in the previous slide. Encourage a range of development types to support a variety of land use. So as noted, there is a variety of residential, commercial and agricultural uses in this area adjacent to Highway 25 on Peyton Highway. and we believe that will provide a benefit to the economy, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in later slides. Again, the recreation and tourism section is a little bit more specific to support high-quality, sustainable outdoor recreation as a key amenity for residents and visitors, and explore programs and initiatives for enhancing tourism in the unincorporated areas. So we believe that this RV park is a facility that is of a high quality, and that can maintain and expand the county's opportunities for tourism, and is an important facility to do that, and will have economic benefits. Not that we have to demonstrate we have economic benefits as part of the criteria, but we believe we do, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Sorry, and then the final part is the note in the master plan that says tourism to parks and recreation destination bolsters patronage at local businesses and serves as an economic driver of the county, and we have data to support that as well. So land use compatibility. As I noted, the concerns of the neighbours at the neighbourhood meeting, and as expressed in many of their letters, is that this is not compatible with the agricultural and residential character of the area. I just want to put a little bit different context on that character. There are a number of surrounding uses in the area that are non-residential. So immediately to the north of the RV park is an existing parcel which is being used as a tractor and mower repair business. To the northwest of that, number 3 on the map, is Colorado Civic Construction. They have built a fairly significant building there and are operating a construction business from that. Number 2 is cheap storage, it's called. It's an RV storage area, and we have some more photographs to show that, but you can see the RV storage component in this location. This is a stable/kennels. It was constructed, building was constructed as a stables for personal use. We understand the owners, based on information in EDOP, have been pursuing kennels in that location, and that they haven't submitted anything yet. Incidentally, none of these uses have any approved use variants, but we understand that some, for example, this use, in fact, I think this is the only one, has an approved home occupation, but that's for a trucking, haulage, and vehicle repair use, not for an RV storage facility. And there are other uses over here. This is a kennels that does actually have a special use approval. It's in the, I believe it's in the RR5 zone. This area here is used for trucking. Trucks come down this road, and it is used for off-site trucking. And this business here is a meat processing facility that's been there for some time. It is a special use that's allowed in the zone, but there is no special use of permit approval that we could find. So there is a lot of commercial nature of activity, particularly along Highway 24, but also in the surrounding area. And here are some photographs. This is the top 2 photographs of the adjacent property to the north, and the signs out front indicating that it is a tractor and truck repair facility. There's a photograph there of the RV and equipment storage facility, an aerial, and also a view of the facility. Civil construction, that is a fairly substantial building. And then the trucking firm on the opposite side of Peyton Road, that's just an example of the truck turning into the facility. We believe that's used for kind of hauling dirt from one site to another, and then comes back here to park in the evenings. So I just wanted to emphasize some of these uses to draw a picture of that this is not just a residential agricultural area. There's quite a lot of existing commercial activity in the area. And here's a view from Highway 24, showing the civil construction, the RV storage, and the kennels in the forefront. So this is a different context of compatibility, that there are residential properties on the opposite side of Peyton Highway from this site. This is a view from Peyton Highway and shows how the site slopes up. You can see the cell tower, but you cannot see the Quonset hut. You can see the trees, obviously that treed area. So there is an area where the slope goes up to the main part of the site. It has previously been graded in the past. I believe that in the very distant past, it was used as a lumber yard, and it has been graded out at some point, and our soils testing to date has clarified that it has been graded in the past, so this is not necessarily the natural original grade that you see. But we wanted to show this just to show how much of the site will not be visible from Peyton Highway. And then we've done some cross sections, which kind of shows how the different aspects from the site. So this is our more detailed site plan that we've been working on. So that shows, I'm not sure where the best, but this shows the detention pond here. And this is the cross section from that site, just showing how it's sloping up. And then in this location, the campers are quite some distance from the road. And there's going to be, sorry, a civil engineer drew this, so that's their idea of a tree. So that kind of shows how the landscaping we're proposing. And then further down, this is the closest RV to the boundary, and we're going to have that's going to be landscaped, and it's going to be set further back from the property. So I just wanted to give some idea of how the site is going to appear from Peyton Highway. So as I mentioned, there are use-specific standards. We meet or exceed all of them. Minimum area, 5 acres. We're much larger than that. This is interesting. The maximum allowed density of RVs is 25 RVs per acre. We have 3.8 RVs per acre. We are required to have 60 foot of road frontage. We have over 1,000 feet of road frontage, which gives us options for access, which I'm going to touch on a little later. Structure height, I think that's referring to any permanent structures on the property. 30-foot maximum. The only structure we have is a Quonset hut, which is under 20 feet. The internal access has to be from internal driveways, not from public streets. Obviously, we showed on our site map, we have a kind of loop system of internal driveways to service the property. We do meet, there are some specific requirements regarding internal roads, regarding width and grade, and we meet those. Water and sewer. So the only requirement at the use-specific standard stage is that water and wastewater facilities must meet CDPHE requirements. So we're proposing wells, and we're proposing sewer and septic, which will comply with those requirements. We've already had significant discussions with CDPHE on the proposed septic system, and obviously we're going to meet their requirements for any wells that are dug as well. Compliance with fire code regulations. We will have park rules, which will require fire control on the individual sites themselves. There will be fire pits and so on, but there will be specific requirements. And we have a will serve letter from Peyton Fire Department. They've looked at the plans and said, yeah, well, we're going to be servicing this area. They haven't done a thorough review of any site development plan yet because we haven't submitted one, but they will be looking at that. Landscaping, we're in compliance with the code requirements for landscaping, for buffering, internal screening, and so on. There are a lot of use-specific standards. Open space required 8%, but we're providing approximately 40%. Separate areas for any temporary boat trailer storage. We're not proposing any storage on the property of boats, trailers, or anything else. Setbacks, we meet all the setbacks. There are no private towers proposed. We didn't actually really know what that meant. So we do have a cell tower with a separate permit, but whatever the private towers reference in the RV context, we're not proposing any of them. A limit of up to 4 dogs or cats per RV. The park rules will limit this to 2 per site. Site development plan must be submitted. We are going to do that, but obviously not in advance of any rezone approval. A maintenance statement is required with the rezone, which we have submitted. We have to develop that more into a maintenance plan with the site development plan, but we are going to be presenting today what our general kind of maintenance plan and operational plan is. We're going to plat the property, obviously, subsequently, and we'll pursue any signage separately with the sign permit with the county. So we're meeting or exceeding all the standards that we can actually assess at this point. So other public concerns I just want to touch upon. So a lot of concern about how this property is going to be maintained and managed. I think, as noted, the owners of the property, the applicant will be living on the adjacent property and will be there to manage the property. They will be subscribing to the outdoor hospitality industry best practices, which are all listed here. So a lot about environmental impact, conserving water and energy, and maintaining clean and sanitary facilities. That, by the way, that my clients are members of the outdoor hospitality industry group, so they will be. That's why they'll be subscribing to their practices. Evaluating risks of security and having an action plan. Looking at safety, internal and external risks, and staffing, obviously getting people with the right qualifications and training. Primarily, they are going to be managing the park themselves, but they may have a on-site manager for times when they may not be available. Guest service and customer experience. The goal is to meet customer experiences as expectations, compliance with all county rules regarding infrastructure and the National Fire Protection Agency, and maintain proper park facilities, landscaping grounds and equipment, and comply with ethical standards of the Foundation of Outdoor Hospitality Industry. So this is the kind of the framework, the best practices that they will be working around. And then specific guidelines for the park itself is to be high quality. They intend on maintaining that high quality, and a clean, safe, enjoyable environment for campers will be the priority. And they're making a significant investment in developing this park, so they have a vested interest in maintaining that as a business. To make it a successful business, you want it to keep being clean, safe, and comfortable to attract the campers to the property. They are looking to enjoy the outdoors and will allow somewhere for people just to vacation and relax. As I say, it's not intended for permanent housing. The park management will regularly meet with law enforcement and fire protection to maintain open lines of communication. They've already reached out to the fire department and police departments and have already started those lines of communication. I think it's important to note as well that my clients are local. They've had this property for many years, and they know the local law enforcement personnel. RV guests will be required to abide by campground rules, and that's going to be with the check-in process, and they will be excused if they're not abiding by those rules. So here's some of the things that will be controlled. Obviously, this plan has to be developed in much more detail for the site development plan, but the volume of noise will be controlled and quiet times will be established. I also already noted that there'll be no need for generators on the property because there will be electric hookups. Maintaining control of trash. Again, as my client is living next door, they'll have a vested interest in all of this to maintain that quality of facility, assuring pets are under control, conservation of water usage, including incentives to conserve water. Open fires will not be permitted at any time. There is a fire risk. So when there's a high fire risk, no open fires. It's going to be similar to other campground rules in that regard. They are going to be very specific about the age of the RVs that can come on the property. So they are going to enforce that. And obviously, they are going to also enforce no recreational marijuana use, and then also no trespassing outside of the property or off of public roads. Guests will be not allowed to establish residency in order to access local schools. I think that's important point because we've had letters from the school district which kind of go above and beyond what the school district usually comments on regarding school capacity, but there will be no permanent residency here and no school children generated from this development. And as I noted, more detailed plan will be provided with the site development plan. So this is an estimate of the occupancy of the property. Obviously, we have to plan and provide reports, drainage, wastewater, water reports with a site development plan, and we have to plan our infrastructure for maximum occupancy. That's a requirement of the code, and that's a fair requirement because there is a chance maybe 1 or 2 days of the year it might be occupied to full extent. But this is the anticipated occupancy that has been assumed in the business plan. And obviously the peak seasons will be in the summer, so June, July, August, where we will be anticipated getting close to maximum occupancy on average. Again, there may be the odd day where it's maximized, but that's just generally, this is the anticipated occupancy. There is a plan to close the facility completely, December, January, February. I will clarify a criticism that was made at the neighborhood meeting. I said the summer months, it will be open the summer months. Okay, so I was not correct in that. I was generalizing. It will be closed for what I would consider the winter months. It will be open from spring through fall. But obviously the peak occupancy will be in the summer. There was a lot of discussion at the neighborhood meeting and also many of the letters that have been forthcoming about other RV parks in the area and that we were going to be the same. We feel that this park is going to be very different in terms of the quality of the facility, but here are just some general statistics about the comparison in terms of the number of sites and the size of the individual sites and the density. So we've identified on the map the various facilities. We are one of the larger, in fact, the largest campground in terms of acreage. We have the largest, by some way, individual campsite size, and the density is the lowest. So that all plays into the character that my client is trying to create with this campsite, the feeling of more, I wouldn't go as far as to say it is a resort. There are facilities that are expected from a resort, such as a pool and so on, but trying to create that kind of feel of more openness, spaciousness, larger sites, less density, more open space, and just a more family-oriented facility. So that was just to kind of compare some of the density considerations and in view of the fact as well that the RV park zoning actually allows 25 per acre. So traffic was a concern. So we did a traffic study. Traffic impact study is one of the few technical report requirements with a rezone. And that was reviewed by both the county staff and CDOT because of our proximity to Highway 24. As I noted earlier, we did move the site access to the northeast corner, not right on the corner, but the northeast part of the site for enhanced visibility. We have an average daily trip estimate of 110 trips, and the campsite, the table below kind of shows how that's distributed with the morning and afternoon peaks based on and note again, this is all based on maximum capacity. So there are times at the year where it will be much lower than this in general, but particularly in spring and fall. And that's relevant as I get to a later slide. There was reference in some letters about Peyton Highway being a quiet rural 2-lane road. It is actually tagged to be a minor arterial in the major transportation corridor plan. As part of this site development and platting process, the subsequent process, we will have to provide an additional 20 feet of right-of-way to preserve an additional 20 feet of right-of-way to accommodate those future improvements. So as I said, it was reviewed by the county engineer and CDOT. We had to make revisions to the traffic memo to address CDOT concerns. They actually wanted us to do analysis of the intersection of Peyton Highway and Highway 24. Even though they said they don't think there'd be any impact, we still had to analyze it. And we did that and they said it was acceptable. They don't think there will be any impact to their infrastructure. Access permit was not required, and that was because of the low volume of traffic. If it said in the future our traffic volumes are estimated to increase more than 20%, then we would require an access permit. But as it is, because the volumes of traffic are so low relative to the capacity of the road and the intersections, we are not required to get a CDOT access permit. And trust me, having worked on many projects with CDOT, that is not taken lightly, because invariably they want an access permit. And then they want to review any further studies, which will be going to them with the site development plan. They are also, as well as traffic on their highways, they are also concerned about drainage impacts to any of their infrastructure as well. So they will be reviewing both documents. So there has been some comments about school traffic and impact with that, and the bus stop. The bus stop's 500 feet away from the site, a little further from the site access. But I think what's significant is that the school period of session, I mean, this is generalized. Obviously, there are spring breaks and Christmas breaks within that red line area. But pretty much from mid-May to probably mid-August, the schools are on school vacation, which coincides with our peak period. So there will be no conflicts of traffic with school traffic during the busiest time for the RV park. And given the very low volumes of traffic anticipated in any event, even when there is that crossover during the spring and fall, there will be very minimal impact with school traffic. And certainly, with regard to some of the comments by the school district, and I'm going to generalize because there's one from the school board and one from the school superintendent, the school is on the opposite side of Highway 24 from this property. Traffic to this property will be going to and from Highway 24. It will be not crossing Highway 24 and going anywhere near the school. So there won't be any direct conflicts with school traffic in that context. And there will not be, as I noted, school children generated from this facility. So emergency responses, we received data from, well, we received a fire commitment letter from Peyton Fire Department. It's noted there at the bottom. They say with good weather conditions, which is a fair clarification, their response times are about 2 minutes, which I think is pretty good. So we're happy with that. The Sheriff's Office indicated that they provide this table of comparative response times for District 4, and the Peyton area actually in the priority 1 is one of the highest, and it's still relatively high in terms of the overall priority 2 as well, with only Colorado Springs and Falcon being better, and Rama. So the response times for the Sheriff's Office are comparable and fairly good compared to the surrounding areas, and the fire department response times are very good. And also, we will be complying, as previously noted, with the fire prevention regulations in the National Fire Protection Association 1194 standards for RV parks and campgrounds. Water resources, just want to emphasize, we are not required, and it's confirmed by the county attorney's office review on this project. The Land Development Code does not require water supply sufficiency findings on rezone applications. However, as I said, we have done quite a lot of work to try and make sure this project is actually viable. And the preliminary water demand estimate is just over 6 acre-feet per year based on the current plan. And as I said, we are continually evolving that plan, but we're not going to be increasing any density. And the adjudicated groundwater available is 12.5 acre-feet. And that's based, importantly, that's based on the county's 300-year-old, based on the general state 100-year rule. It's a lot more than that, but based on the county's rule, it's double what we're actually required to provide. Now, I do want to talk a bit about the project benefits because of some of the comments that were made at the neighbourhood meeting and also in letters written into the county, particularly recently, saying that they were just saying it's all negative, there's no benefits. So first of all, I just want to talk about the reason why this is a good site and just a little bit more about what we're proposing. So again, reiterating, we're proposing a high-quality RV park, providing premium facilities that accommodate ADA accessibility. So it's kind of unique in that regard amongst the RV parks that are in the area already, because a lot of comparisons have been drawn to existing RV parks, but we think this is going to be a little bit unique, providing a higher quality and a different type of facility with ADA accessibility. Because of the size of the property as well, we can actually provide a lower density and still have a viable RV park. We are maintaining natural features such as a treed area. We're not really grading the property. As I noted previously, it's already really been graded in the past, and so has a good flat surface to enable the property to be used for this purpose without any significant impact on the existing terrain. And we are providing generous setbacks, buffering and open space. We think it's a good location because of its proximity to Highway 24 and Peyton Highway intersection, and there are other businesses in the area which could benefit from this project. And also, as I noted, it is in an area of a mix of residential, commercial and agricultural uses. So it is already kind of developing that mixed feel in the area. The nearest campsite to the homes to the east of Peyton Highway is 330 feet. They are set back as in the majority, but that one pinch point on the southeast corner is about 330 feet away. And then you have the RR5 zone, proposed RR5 zone for the single family residents, which will provide a buffer to the south. There is an area to the south which is platted for single family residential lots, but it's for 5-acre lots, but it's not occupied at the moment. The site has, as I noticed, been previously graded, and the majority of the RVs will be parked without blocking views of the mountains. I mean, there aren't really any views of the mountains today. The majority of the homes on the opposite side of Peyton Highway are looking at the slope, the trees, and as I noted, you can't even see the Quonset hut, which is on the other side, and that will be taller than most of the RVs. And we've got a Quonset hut there, so we don't actually have to add any new physical development to provide a recreation centre for visitors. It's a building that's already there. Now a little bit more onto the economic developments. This is data from the American Camping and Outdoor Hospitality Report. Campers spend on average $332 a day, including $155 on lodging, food and beverages, plus $177 in the local area. So that's quite a significant expenditure in the local area as spin-off benefit from any type of development of this nature. Sales taxes will be collected not only on the campsite rentals, there will be, which based on an estimate of the number of campsites and the sales tax could generate $45,000 of tax annually to the county. And there will also be sales tax on the camp store, and businesses in the local area who will benefit from the spin-off trade will also generate increased sales tax for the local economy. And this is, like I said, I wouldn't normally get into the economic benefits, but a lot of critique has been placed on this of not having any. And also in the context of the master plan, which specifically encourages tourism as a boost to the local economy, I think this is why. These are the relevant facts to consider in assessing why the county master plan encourages tourism type related uses, because they do have spin-off benefits to the overall economy. And then property taxes. This property is already being taxed at a commercial rate based on the existing warehouse storage use. All the surrounding properties, including all the commercial uses I noted, are all being taxed at residential or agricultural rates. And this, if based on an analysis of existing campsites in the area, we anticipate, this might not be 100% correct, but there will be about $25,000 a year in property taxes for this development. And 58% of property taxes in this area go to the Peyton School District. So they will be benefiting approximately $15,000 a year in property taxes, yet no school children will be generated from this development. So there will be benefits to the school district, not negative impacts. The president with Visit Colorado Springs personally endorsed the proposed RV park. He said the organization doesn't endorse particular individual projects, but he says that RV parks are important as they provide an additional offering that enhances local tourism. So he sees it as an important aspect of the overall hospitality industry in Colorado Springs. And the Greater Colorado Chamber of Commerce and EDC stated that they welcome additional resources for tourism in the area and noted that there is a demand for more RV parks in the county. So we have had discussions with these groups and who actually are in the business of generating economic development and tourism opportunities in the area, and they think this is generally a good idea. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Barlow? Mr. Markowitz, please.
Hi, Ms. Barlow. A couple of things, and I know that since we're at the zoning stage, and there's another stage coming with a lot more detail, but you've already brought up some of this stuff, so I have a few questions. So we're talking about the septic system that will be built. Is that just for the various restroom facilities that are going to be on the property, or is there going to be a dump station for the RV waste, or is there going to be each individual slip have a connection to the
Yeah,
sewer?
so we are going to have a dump station. So you can actually see it highlighted on the site plan here. There is a proposed dump station in this location.
Okay, and the septic system is
Yes.
going to be obviously a large commercial
Yes.
system, because I mean, like my RV can handle, and it's fairly small, like 45 gallons.
Yes, so it is going to be a commercial system, and we have been working on that with. We've already made initial submittals to CDPHE, and they are the people who review the commercial systems. We are working with NTEC, who are the soils and geology engineers, so they have to do all the testing and design of the system and so on and so forth. So they have made those submittals to CDPHE, so we're in the process of that, yes.
And then regarding the dump station, there are some facilities that allow outside RVs to come in and pay a fee just to use the dumps.
I don't believe that's the intent, but I can get a nod from my absolute nod. I think that was, yes, no.
Okay. And then on a similar vein, regarding the water sufficiency that we're going to have to consider,
Yes.
are they going to allow filling of water tanks? Because again, if I were to dump mine all out, that's about 45 gallons. If I wanted to fill my fresh water, it's about 45 gallons of fill. So
I believe
you
so.
need to
I think that would be part of the services that the camp would anticipate, but that's all incorporated within the overall water estimate. We have been very conservative with the estimate of water per campsite for this development. It is probably far in excess of what will actually be used. And again, we're having to assume 100% capacity. But yes, those sort of filling up tanks, the use while they're on the site, any irrigation use that we are kind of anticipating with the landscaping, all that has been built into the equation.
Okay.
And we have submitted a preliminary water resources report with the rezone as it's kind of water is referenced in the use specific standards, but we're providing a much more detailed report with the site development plan and plat.
I just want to make sure that was
Yes.
being considered as part
Yes.
of the.
And this all has to be reviewed by the Colorado State Water Engineer and also by the county engineer as well. So we have to be robust in our analysis of the water side. And like I say, I think we've been overly conservative.
Okay, a couple more. On the setback for future development of Peyton Highway.
Yes.
Or the right-of-way.
Yes, 20
reserve.
feet.
I'm assuming that the setbacks for any building within the facility is going to be from
Off that new
that
right.
20.
Yes, it's
So
off
it'll
the
be 20
new,
foot
the
and then
future
there'll be a
right
setback.
of way line. Exactly. Yes.
Right, exactly.
And the basis for the 20 feet is you take the middle point of the road and assume the future width for a minor arterial, and then kind of go back, and then that's the additional right of way we have to provide.
Okay. In the closing in winter,
Yes.
is that going to be a condition of use, or is it just how they anticipate the
It's
flow?
how they
and if-
anticipate using it, but I think we would more than happy to have that as a condition of approval if necessary. I mean, it's an opportunity for my clients to take a vacation, so they will be more than happy to have that as a condition of approval to be closed for those 3 months in the winter.
Couple more quick ones and then I'll be done. You mentioned the residency for schooling. How much time is required? Do you know? to
You know,
establish
I don't
residency?
know how much time is required, but bearing in mind that probably over 3 months of the period of time that the RV park will be open, where you could be there for that period of time, will be the school vacations anyway. So they wouldn't be sending any kids to school. But there is no intention, and my client is very adamant about that and will ask the school to notify him if there are any residents on his property that, or visitors to his property, because like I say, we're not intending for there to be any residents are sending their kids to the local school.
Is residency defined in terms of, I don't know if the code has anything in there?
I would have to defer to staff on that. I'm not 100% sure if the code has any definition of what constitutes permanent residency from a school district perspective, particularly.
Okay, and then my last one is, in order to ease access off of Peyton Highway, it's great that you have a long drive. The width of that drive would be something I would want to make sure that you guys focus on, because if you have a number of people that are coming in, coming out on a Friday, there's going to be people leaving and there's going to be people coming back in.
Yeah.
So you've got to have
Yeah,
enough space to have two going each way and maybe even some parking.
Oh,
for-
there's definitely space for vehicles to go past both ways. There are specific requirements for two-way traffic. As you can see, this is mainly the two-way traffic, and then there is a one-way loop. But this plan is showing a gate here and the check-in. We have had multiple, as I said, this site plan is evolving. We have had multiple talks of maybe moving it up here and having a little kind of turnout, so if people are checking in, that they can pull over if need be, and that there is much more room for them stacking. A lot of it has to do with the grade of the entrance road, but that will be certainly tied down by the time we submit the site development plan. But we are cognizant of not wanting to have vehicles backing out into Peyton Highway or causing any issues in that regard. So it's likely that we will move this gate further up the access road and have the check-in kiosk more in this location is what we've discussed.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Barlow.
You.
Mr. Moraes?
Hi, how are you? Couple quick questions. I didn't see it in there. You mentioned a couple times this is not supposed to be permanent housing. You're going to close down for 3 months. Is there somewhere, I didn't see it, and maybe I missed it, some sort of terms of rental, like how long somebody could be there? Could somebody be there from March through October?
There will be
Or is it-
terms of rental in the ultimate maintenance plan. At present, there are no specific restrictions in that regard. So, in theory, there could be somebody there for that 9-month period. But I've discussed this with my client, and we would be happy to also accept a restriction on that, provided it were reasonable. I mean, we think 3 months is probably reasonable. If that would make Planning Commission feel more comfortable. But currently, no restriction is proposed other than the closure of the site for those 3 months in the winter.
Okay. Next question. Access of the manager, the owner to the RV park. Is there going to be any sort of direct access, or do they have to go out to Peyton Highway?
So I discussed this with my client, and he said absolutely. It's not really shown clearly on this plan, but you can see where the road here comes into the site. So we would, it comes alongside the site. So we will propose an access there because they want to have more direct access to the campsite so that it's easier for management. So they don't, obviously, I mean, I think the majority of the time they'll just walk over, but if they need to drive over for whatever reasons, they don't want to have to go back out to Peyton Highway and come all the way around. So there will be a cut through there, which will be obviously, I assume it will be gated to maintain the privacy of the single family residents.
Makes sense. You had a chart there, you showed a couple times of the max occupancy of 225 and all that. What does that really mean in terms of, how can we equate that to sites being used? Like, I would say the average, if you just kind of normalize it, about, over the year, about 100 campers. But what does it really mean in terms of occupancy rates, in terms of the tent or the Conestoga wagons and the RVs? Is it 50% of the 90? What I'm trying to get a feel
for the percentage.
Yeah,
I may have to get back to you on that,
Okay.
but I will check with my clients on that and give you a figure. I don't want to misquote. So
yeah, just the assumptions that went into kind of going,
Yeah.
Is it figured to be 75% full over the time or 50%, if you understand what my
yes,
question
yes,
is. Okay.
indeed.
Okay, and that's all the questions I have at this point.
Ms. Miriam?
So on your slide, you had mentioned FEMA, but I didn't see an answer on that. Is it something that is something you guys are addressing?
Sorry, I didn't think that warranted an answer, but I will answer it.
Okay.
This is not a FEMA designated site for busing illegal immigrants.
Got it.
But can I also add to that? There are some comments in some of the neighbours' letters about this, about FEMA being able to use RV parks as temporary housing. There was a situation in Florida during the flooding where, due to the emergency conditions, a federal disaster, FEMA had agreements with local RV parks for using for temporary housing for those who had been displaced by the disaster. And so that has to be a specific agreement that is entered into. It's not, FEMA can come in and commandeer a site. So that has to be an agreement with the RV park owner. So I just wanted to clarify that other FEMA aspect as well.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
My second question, and I'm someone who uses, campsites and stuff. And so when you think of size-wise limitations, for example, I'm just going to use my own personal one. We have an F-350 and we have a 45-foot long fifth wheel. So however long that is, would that be within the limitation? Because that's pretty much the max size, isn't that? And it's bigger than the standard Class A, but it's still.
I'll get verification on that, but this property has been designed as a high-end campsite, so we will, and the sites themselves are larger than most of the others, all of the others in the surrounding area. So I believe it's been designed for that maximum size, as long as it's not older than 15 years old.
Oh, no, and that's the thing is that, when you are in this world of the RV, this is becoming a larger and if you look at any of the programs on TV when they're talking about the sales of this is an ongoing thing. And so that brings me to my next question. I've been out in this area for 23, almost 25 years, and there's not a gas station. There's not a propane refill access easily. You have to go into Falcon, you have to go to Big R, you have to go into, now before, we didn't even have a Safeway when I got out there, but now there's a lot more. But when you have a unit that large, we're even limited. Like when we want to go, we're going to have to go like to 24 and 94 so we can pull in to get gas to, fill up our tanks and stuff. And unlike Mr. Markowitz down there, we're 100 gallons, so some of that stuff is quite extensive. So when you're doing a higher end, RV location, your little store isn't going to be able to do that unless you guys are going to give out propane like Falcon Food does right now. So I don't know what you guys got planned.
Well, I don't believe there is a plan to give out. There is a plan, is or isn't? Propane. Yes, so they do plan to provide propane.
Okay.
For guests of the property only.
Yes, I get that. And the last one is, again, servicing the people that you got coming. like I said, the gas station is one of the concerns that I have, as well as food. I mean, the little place has probably got, if you forget your milk or whatever, but it's not a restaurant, correct?
But I would say no, it's not a restaurant, and that's the whole purpose of the supporting the local economy. So yes, these people will have to go out to the local services to get more substantial food purchases or to go to restaurants. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the purpose of the tourism supporting the local economy.
How far away is that? Is that like 8 or 10 miles? Do you know?
Between Peyton and Falcon?
Well, from
I was
the
gonna say-
RV place to the center that has.
Well, the centre that has those facilities is Falcon, and I think it's about 9 miles from Falcon, and obviously we're half a mile down. So yes, it's about,
All right.
it's roughly 10 miles.
That's all my question.
Okay. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant? Ms. Fuller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With this proposal, would the 5-acre house be able to be sold off separately from the RV lot?
It would at some point in the future, yes. There's no plan restriction on that or planned restriction on that.
Okay. Can you reconcile for me with the master plan? This is large lot residential and it says limited commercial and retail use. How do you reconcile that with 111 campsites?
So there is a limited retail component, as I noted, but the 110, or it's more like to be about 100 campsites, is a supporting commercial use in the area. There are a number of other commercial uses in the surrounding properties, and it is something that would provide a location for visitors and tourists that will help support the local economy. So is it limited in size? No, but I believe it's limited in impact.
Okay, because with 5-acre residential, we'd expect, you'd probably
Yes.
get 6 houses out of this. And we're looking at,
Indeed.
112 potential households there. But okay.
Well, I'd like to clarify that
Sure.
they're not households. They are visitors, and there would not be permanent residents. So I just do want to clarify
Sure.
that for the record.
You're talking about other uses that you're trying to use for your compatibility and saying that they're not approved.
Yes.
Has code enforcement this might be a question for staff, but I don't think an unapproved use is necessarily builds compatibility. So maybe staff has to answer this question. Like we have clearly some violations.
They are fairly established uses, and some of them have, it seems like, had meetings with the county, but not proceeded with any particular either special use permits or use variances or home occupation permits. So that's what we could establish from looking at EDOP, and I'll defer to staff on that.
So for the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director, I'd look at it in 2 different aspects. When was the zoning in this area adopted? I believe it was in the 90s. So if these are well-established businesses, were they in place prior to the 90s, making them legal nonconforming? Then there could be, in my opinion, an argument for compatibility. If they were established after zoning and they are truly illegal uses, we do not go out looking for zoning violations, obviously. We are on a complaint basis. And so I think that determination would be yours to make. But we don't have a record of when some of these were established, so I could not tell you if they would be considered legal nonconforming, again, meaning existing pre-adoption of zoning.
Okay, thank you.
And I could just add to that you can look at the historical photography of the area, and there are a couple of uses, the construction and the trucking that were certain things sprung up between like 2019 and 2022.
So the
There were a couple-
trucking business that's across the street.
Across the street. and
How many
the-
trucks is that? Just one?
I think there's at least a couple. Yeah, I don't know.
So it's not like a fleet of.
No, it's not a
maybe-
fleet of trucks
Okay.
by any means. No.
Okay.
And then the civil construction company on the kind of north side of the property.
Okay, and then when I'm looking at you had a map that had other RV parks, and they all
Yes.
seem to be like right on the highway. Is that correct?
Let me go to that. They are generally on the highway, yes.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? You don't have to, but I just.
You're making me feel like I got to do something. Actually, this is more a sort of a statement question to Ms. Harrington and to Ms. Segal. If these other commercial activities are non-conforming, unlawful, is that the basis on which we would be asked to find compatibility? Can you find compatibility with an unlawful use?
So legal nonconforming doesn't mean unlawful. It means they were there operating legally when zoning was adopted. So I wouldn't say they were illegal. Not in my opinion. That's what legal nonconforming is. It establishes uses. When we went in and zoned the eastern part of El Paso County, it was a blanket zoning of the best that they could do. I think in the 90s they went and looked at every single parcel and what was happening on those parcels? I wasn't here in the 90s, but I would highly doubt that. It was probably applied as a blanket zoning. I think compatibility is subjective a bit on that's why Ms. Barlow is presenting that to you. I think that some of that is for you to determine. And I guess if Lori has a legal opinion she'd like to offer, I would let her do that as well.
Thank you, Lori, Segal County Attorney's Office. I think it's within your discretion, Mr. Whitney. There is no black and white answer as to yes or no. As long as you've got the evidence on which to base your determination, I think you can determine that existing uses, the criteria says existing uses. It doesn't say existing legal uses or so I think it's up to this body to make that determination.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
And if I could, I'd like to clarify as well that other uses in the area that I referenced are certainly later than the 90s. So the RV storage area, again, just look at historic photography. You can pan through it and see when these uses came on stream. And it's certainly post-2010, most of them.
Thank you. Any other?
Could I just,
Yeah,
sorry.
one more.
Could I just follow up on a little bit? And
It's still,
I
you're
may
still
be
on the
get-
clock. So
I may be getting lost in the calendar, which wouldn't be a surprise. But if these are non-conforming uses after the zoning, and the only reason nobody's done anything about it is because we're complaint-based and nobody's complaining and we're not out there policing it. Again, my concern, or what I'm trying to wrestle with is, if we know we have non-conforming uses, which may not be legal, by the way, if they started after the zoning, I'm having trouble with the notion that, well, okay, they're there, so if this is kind of like it, then it's compatible, then okay, and it's on sandy ground, I guess is what I'm trying to get at, and I may just not understand.
I would just say my client is doing the right thing. They're applying for a rezone of their property to utilize the property for the use they're proposing. There are multiple uses in the area that haven't done that. There is a process they can go through. They can have a use variance. Some of them require a special use. There is a process they can go through. We're not saying that those uses are bad. Or that they should not be approved. We're just saying they're part of the existing character of the area. And that's what we've got to establish. Are we consistent with that character? And they make up part of that character. And the reason for drawing your attention to those is, like I say, there's been a lot of emphasis on creating this rural, agricultural, residential, idyllic area from some of the comment letters. And I just wanted to provide the context that there is a lot of commercial activity going on in this area, whether it's approved or not approved. It has a path through the process with the county to get to be an approved legal use. And I don't think my client has a problem with them being there, and clearly the neighbours don't, because per Ms. Harrington's comments, they respond to complaints. There haven't been any complaints. So clearly the neighbourhood is fine with those commercial uses. They're just not fine with this commercial use, even though we are, like I say, going through the correct process.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Whitney, just again, Megan Harrington, I don't think staff can answer this fully on the fly if you ask us, because there are also accessory uses in the A35 zone district that are uses such as construction equipment, storage office, or field office accessory. So now I don't know how to answer your question. Are any of these uses that they may not be permitted, were any of them considered accessory use? So there's more going on here as far as what could potentially be allowances in the A35 zone district, and differentiating what's out there. I don't think staff can do that for you here today.
No, I don't expect them to. I'm just interested with the question. Thank you.
Ms. Fuller?
And then back to the other RV things, do they, we talked about them all pretty much being on the highway. Do they all have highway or frontage road access?
That I could not tell you from my knowledge. My client is a little bit more familiar with them than I am, so I might be able to get you an answer to that.
I'd like that answer, please.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Barlow? Would you like to bring up your client to answer that if he's got it now?
I think we
or
probably just need to, need a minute
need
on
to
that
think
one.
about it for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you go do that, and I will then kind of prep for where we're going next. And the next part of this is why all of you are here, is the public comment portion of this hearing. I want to kind of set some ground rules, or not rules necessarily, but expectations. Please bear in mind that every one of us has read every one of the letters that are put in, and I will personally say thank you for the form letter, for the petition, essentially, because it's a lot easier to know that 100 people said the same thing than read through 100 things and then find out that they all said the same thing. I usually try to point out, too, that the quantity of the comments don't outweigh the quality of the comments. So the fact that 100 people said these 4 or 5 things, that's great. Those are all legitimate things, but 100 or 200 or saying them again today doesn't necessarily add to the weight of those inputs. So what we typically do is I suspect, and I'll go ahead and poll the audience right now. As you saw before, we ask for anybody who wants to speak in favor of an application. I'm guessing, is there anyone there? There are a couple that are here to speak in favor. That's good. And then the rest, I'm guessing, are here to speak in opposition to this. We, again, because of the nature of this, of the hearing, try to limit those comments to a couple, 3, 4, 5 minutes per speaker in order to get the input. It's not a back and forth. It's not intended to be, we're not going to ask you questions. If you have a comment that you would like to make, either in favor of or in opposition to an application, this is your opportunity to do that. We do ask that you limit the repetition as much as possible. Again, if we've got one person that says it, we get it. We know that traffic is a concern. We know that noise is a concern. We know that water is a concern. We've read the letters. We know where the opposition comes from here. So please try to make your comments brief, to the point, and during your comments, we will have the 4 approval criteria up on the board, and those are the things that we're going to consider. Primarily, as the preceding discussion indicates, we're looking at where we have to wrestle with the question of compatibility, and how compatible is this with the existing character of that area, and how broadly do we define that area? If people are coming in from 10 miles plus away, I don't know that we can consider that whole 10-mile circle to be the area that we're looking at, but we've got to decide that. So we will do our best. And now I'll let Ms. Barlow address the question?
Yes,
Ms.
indeed.
Fuller asked.
So I can go through them. The Peak RV Resort, which is on Powers and Fountain, is accessed off a side road. It's not accessed directly off Powers or Fountain.
Is it a frontage road?
It's not a frontage road. It's kind of a side road, but there are some that are frontage roads on
Okay.
here. The one in Monument is accessed off a frontage road. The KOA is accessed off Judge Orr. The Falcon Meadows is directly off Highway 24. The Wrangler off Platt and Powers, that's off a frontage road. And Callahan Jolly is off 24 with a bit of squirrely access. Both of the two that have access of Highway 24, the Jolly and the Peak, Falcon Meadows, fairly older facilities. Having done a lot of projects with adjacent to Highway 24, CDOT would not today allow us to have direct access of Highway 24, given its current status. So we would not, even if we were on the corner of Highway 24 and Peyton, would be required to take access off Peyton Highway. So with that.
Okay, thank you. Does that address the concern? Any other, last chance for commissioners, any other questions for the applicant or staff? We'll come back. You'll have one more chance. Okay, thank you, Ms. Barlow. We will now move to the public comment portion of this hearing. I'm going to try to press on for a little while unless anybody tells me it's an emergency and we need to stop. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. We'll look for the folks that are here to speak in favor of this application. If you'd like to work your way up again, please state your name. Please make sure that your information is signed in so the transcript is correct. And again, we will have those comments. And yeah, to the extent that you can, if you kind of line up and we're good, don't all crowd here in front.
Good morning. Good morning.
Let's go. It's still morning. Yes, we have a little bit more time to address the morning. So thank you, sir. Please.
My name is Randy Novak. Welcome to the Planning Commission. First time in front of a commission, so got the little pre-flight jitters. Anyway, that being said, just kind of straight, I know the applicants. We're residents of Colorado for 23 years now. We've lived in Peyton for 5 of those years until we moved back into the city. We've been to Peyton, utilized a lot of the facilities, businesses, et cetera in Peyton. Oh yes, I'm sorry, that's better. And we're avid outdoor enthusiasts to include camping, RVing. We have a smaller RV, but an RV nonetheless. And we tent camp and et cetera, BLM land, resorts, campgrounds, et cetera. So it would be very feasible for us, enjoyable, for more of a quick getaway. We live on the north end of Colorado Springs and in proximity, let's say an hour. There's a good selection of our RV campgrounds available, short of 2+ hours to get into the mountains and some more of the less traveled, less populated, if you will, areas. It would be a nice addition to have something a little more in town that would still give you that out of town feel without having to drive an hour or two. We've, as I mentioned too, and just want to touch on this because that I noticed came up a lot too in some of the presentation. We do support those local businesses. I know there's, the gas station further up the road from the intersection. There's the general store, which we've been into, and even a little coffee shop that we run down to and stop for a coffee as we're passing through town on those occasions. So that's about all really that I have. Just wanted to come out and support the project. I think it'd be a great addition to the area in the collective. And stuff's moving out that way. And like I said, it still gives you a nice out of town while being in town feel. And I think would be a great benefit to the community, all the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. And while the next person's coming up, Ms. Bagley, could I get you to put the approval criteria up on the screen, please?
Good. Good morning, commissioners, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 2-for-1. This is the reason I am here is my daughter, Jordan. We have been residents of Peyton for 11 years now. It's a great little town, a place to get away from the hustle and bustle of the Springs.
And your name too, along with
My name is Paula Lyles, and this is Jordan Lyles. It's a great place for people to go and just be in the outdoors and chill and explore. Jordan and I have lived in some pretty upscale communities during our life, but I prefer the laid back, wide open Peyton. We love to be outside. We love to camp. We love to ski. Anything to get us outside. As you can probably see, Jordan has special needs. She's 29. Her life has been quite a medical, I don't want to call it a disaster because we're here today. But there's a lot of things we can't do. During COVID, I bought a camper because I wanted her to continue to be safe, be able to be outdoor and explore, not be stuck inside the house when your special needs. Oh, we do like to fish too, yes. Anything to get her out and about just serves her life so well. So I bought an RV. Single mom, 63 years old, for my daughter so we can camp. One of the things about where we choose to camp is how close we are to medical attention should we need it. We have to reel in our fishing line. So when I heard about this proposed Lazy Y Rockin' J campground, you have to be patient and wait for the fish. I was excited about the location because it's perfect for us. Some people can travel far away. We can't travel far away safely. So I was very excited to see that this campground would exist close by us. I also like the idea that there might be some events for the campers to make community. It's isolating being a special needs family. You're isolated from a lot of things. So I like the idea of being able to go to a campground that may have some activities that we could participate in safely. I like what they're doing. You wouldn't have to join in the events if you didn't want to. Some people like to go and camp and just be by themselves, and that's an option for them too. We are your typical campers. We come to the campground, we set up our camper, maybe make a light dinner, go to bed the first night. We're not out partying, being rowdy and late. And my experience with where we've camped is the exact same. People are quiet, people are respectful. Sure, you're going to get a bad apple here and there, but don't you get that in your own neighborhoods at home? You don't get to choose who your neighbors are, honestly, 100% of the time.
I think Mommy is the best kindest mom.
I'm the bestest, kindest mom. I want you all to write that down. Thank you. Thank you, Jordan. I'm trying for you, honey. Our days are pretty much the same. We get up, we make food, we're outside exploring, we would enjoy a playground, talk to some people, go back at night, maybe have a campfire. The whole point of our camping is s'mores. So I would make s'mores for Jordan and we'd be in bed. I have not found people to be obnoxious neighbors. And again, there are going to be bad apples, but you take care of the bad apples just like you would in your own neighborhood. So, campers aren't there to terrorize each other. They're not there to terrorize your neighborhood. I think they bring good things into communities and enjoy the community as well. That's what it's there for. I mean, Peyton is a great little bedroom-ish community, but for outdoors and things like that. So a campground to me, RV park, makes perfect sense. Again, people like to travel far away. We can't do that. So some of the things the other thing I want to mention is Scott and Deidre Smith. They are outstanding people. They're God-fearing, law-abiding citizens. What says so much to me is the fact that they would build their own home on the same property with a child like my daughter. We don't want anything to happen to them. And if they're going to take that risk, that tells you how confident they are in the people who will be there or their ability to control the people who will be there. Look at Scott Smith. Would you want to cross him in the night on the campground and people are being obnoxious? He can control that. I am quite sure of that. All right. So what if everybody said no to an RV park? We would have no place. And a lot of people do camp. Do you all camp? Do people camp here? Never, never. Yes, people do. I'm sure they are. Without campgrounds and things like that, people like me, I can't take her up into the mountains in a tent. I'm 63 years old. I'm not capable of doing that, and it wouldn't be safe. This gives us memories along with other people to have these memories and things like that. So at my age, I've learned you major in the majors, you minor in the minors. To me, this is a minor issue with what we have going on in the world. I'm a mom. My heart says we have open borders. We have prolific sex trafficking, drug trafficking. That is where we should be banding together, joining a fight to keep that away from our children, from our families, not a proposed campground. What do you guys all think about that? Thank you for hearing us today, and I hope you understand what I'm battling for.
Thank you, Ms. Lyles. Appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
Gave you a little bit of extra time for Jordan too,
Yeah.
but and
She'll talk to
just
you all about it.
just like the comments, just I'll remind you, folks in opposition, your time's done. But thank you, thank you. You can work your way back.
Say goodbye. Jordan's not done. Can you say thank you?
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you. Just as I'll remind you, when you have comments in opposition, comments in favor, campers, great. It's an important thing to have an opportunity, places like this, more people saying the same words don't necessarily reinforce the message maybe the way you think that it does. But we are happy to hear from you and your comments. Ma'am.
Hello, good morning, almost afternoon. My name is Heather Rubenacker. I represent the outdoor hospitality industry. We are a 501c6 trade association. Our primary constituents are RV park and campground owners. This is not my primary role with my organization. I am here as a supporter of Scott and Deirdre Smith. They are highly engaged members of our association. They utilize all of our education and programs to make sure that they're making the best educated decisions based on industry reporting and information that my association, along with many others in our industry, help provide to them. I'm also a Colorado resident, so I'm local. I'm a national association that I represent, so my team is all over the place. But I'm also a camper. I camp with my two small girls and my husband in a pop-up. I wish I had a fifth wheel. But I look forward to bringing my family to this park if it is able to come to fruition. I think the model and the plans that they have put forth really demonstrate the essence of what most people want to find when they go camping, not the squeezed together RVs that you're, staring into everyone's windows and, having that space, having those trees, having that beautiful mountain view. It's really going to be a wonderful property. But I also wanted to provide some additional details on some of the statistics that were referenced earlier. I have with me our 2023 generational camping report, which further elaborates on the median the median stay. Typical stay is approximately 3 nights. So I don't think that the average camper coming into this facility will be staying for months at a time. I don't anticipate that. And from my knowledge, Scott and Deirdre don't want that either. I also want to address the gross household income for typical campers. The median is $92,000 a year. It's more than I make. But the 37% of our responders make over $100,000 a year. So that just goes to show you that this is not lower class citizens coming to camp in this higher luxury RV park. Also want to address that the typical spend, this was referenced earlier, but according to our data, just to further emphasize, $200+ a day for a family of 4 is typically spent in the local community. And our respondents, 35% of our respondents stated that they generally spend significantly more than that. The only other thing I wanted to address that I don't think has come up yet, but might from opposing voices today, is around property values. I know this is not necessarily a topic of concern today, but I just want to state that there's no hard data to confirm that facilities such as this would lower any property values of nearby residential housing, but rather quite the opposite. Most data will show, if you dig into it, that it will increase property values. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here to speak in favor?
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us. I am Kate Johnson. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Santoro family. I understand you have a copy of their letter as well. As to not be repetitive on your end, I will kind of paraphrase some things that they've said. The Santoro family have been camping around 6 years, and it's their favorite thing to do as a family. They have 2 children, Landon and Paisley. And the one thing that they found about campsites around America is the peace. And they love waking up in the morning, drinking coffee outside, or sitting around a campfire at night making s'mores. When they heard about the plans for the RV park, their son Landon heard of the plans to build a game room, and not only indoor but outdoor games as well, so that the whole site can come together and play as a community. Their daughter Paisley has heard of the plans for a space to do art activities and has already thought of many creations she can make as in art. And as parents, they see the space between the individual campsites and can't wait to settle into a spot on their land. They plan to be frequent campers, even though their campground is only 10 minutes from their own house, as to have a little staycation. They want to thank you for your time and reading their letter and listening to us all today. And they hope that it can be a space where families and communities can come together and enjoy the precious time that we all have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Anyone else here in the audience like to speak in favor? I know we have one person online to comment on this, so if you go ahead and bring that person in, we'll hear that comment.
This is Mary Arlington with the Colorado Campground and Lodging Owners Association, and I'm sorry that I missed your call. This is also a cell phone, so if you would like to text me your message, that works as well. If you're calling about your 2020.
We'll hold off and try again here.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
We want to take a break and try to get that person back on. They're working on that. I'm looking at the clock. I hate to take too much of a break here, but we probably need to do something.
Unknown
We'll see.
participant is now joining.
Good afternoon. I'm here. Can you hear me? Or good morning still.
Still good morning, yes. Please go ahead. You're addressing the El Paso County Planning Commission. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Mary Arlington. I'm the Executive Director of the Colorado Campground and Lodging Owners Association. Like Heather said, with her organization, we're a nonprofit professional organization catering to Colorado's outdoor lodging businesses, and we're very involved in the tourism industry. Some of our members are actually in their 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation of family business operations. I want to point out that while Lazy Y, Rocking J is an associate member of ours while they're in the planning stage, it's actually others who pulled me here today, others in El Paso County, including park members who believe that the industry is being misrepresented in some of the opinion statements and public hearings. And so, first of all, I commend the planning team for their address. This project was well presented and is extremely impressive. I heard details today that I wasn't aware of that simply further impressed me. In Colorado, there are over 400 campgrounds in the private sector. There's about 15,000 or more in the country. And there's a huge demand for campsites. For the past 7 years, as I've asked Colorado Springs owners of their needs, they've repeatedly said, instead of I need help in this area or that, they've said, we, as all the RV parks in the area, we need to build more campsites. So I'm very pleased when somebody like Scott steps up and wants to do just that. RVers can be travelers who support the community. They can be traveling medical professionals, nurses, radiologists, respiratory therapists. They fill in for folks from your local community who maybe are on maternity leave or sabbatical or some sort of family health leave. They're fill-ins, and a lot of them travel by RV. RVers are also vacationers, as has been said repeatedly, and they, like you, have worked very hard all year to earn their vacation days and their vacation money. So when it comes to these people, look around you. They are people just like you. Campers tend to be earth-friendly, conservers of resources. They tend to be stargazers, which is one of the reasons Colorado attracts so many of them. And you've got a great dark sky further away from Colorado Springs than those who are in Colorado Springs itself. As has been implied, RVing isn't cheap. These rigs can cost thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. So a lot of discretionary funding has to be available for the family to afford such an RV, such a vacation lifestyle. And they come from all walks of life. They're in technology, they're in medicine, they're lawyers, they're your neighbors. They really are everywhere. There are millions of them in the country. But what I want to stress is what they aren't. Traditionally, they aren't known to party hardy. They aren't known to put their kids in local schools. If they do travel with their kids in the school time, they tend to be homeschoolers. They aren't ones to waste natural resources like water. Actually, an average RV has a 6 or 6.5 gallon water heater. So how long of a shower can you really take before it turns into a very cold shower? And they aren't speed demons on the roads. These rigs aren't known to do well at crazy speeds. At my RV park that I owned and operated for 10 years, there was one firecracker that was set off the entire time. Just one, and that was it. There was one EMT call that I made, and actually it was for my neighbor rather than for a camper. And I did make one police call in those 10 years for an unruly guest. And that summary represents the similar results that CCLOA gained when we surveyed our members about 2 years ago, is very minimal additional stress to the 911 system. So I'm not going to go into the specifics about our industry and the positive impact we make. Some of it has already been indicated, but please understand that in our industry across this nation and in the county, the other parks that you see, we're not talking about a slumlord industry. These are upscale businesses that we are seeing, and those of us in membership are afforded opportunities to learn the best practices and the latest trends. And while we can offer it, we can't make anybody adopt it. Yet what you've been presented today and what we're seeing in this, I commend the planning team. I'm excited to see this development occur and to be able to promote Colorado Springs with yet another upscale lodging facility option. And I'll also add that the fact that this isn't right on the highway, it will attract more of those wanting to stay multiple nights. They're going to want to stay 3, 4, 5 nights to see Colorado Springs from a peaceful and tranquil setting. So please, if the commissioners and planning team, if anybody has questions about our industry, I invite you to contact me. I'm happy to share truths. I'm happy to extinguish myths, and I thank you for allowing me time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Arlington. Nobody else online? Anyone else here in the audience like to speak in favor of this application? Okay, we'll move to the next part, and I want to get a little sense of where we are. As you heard from the 5 people that came up to speak in opposition, we averaged right about 4 minutes a person. How many people here would like to speak in opposition? If you could, by a show of hands, and help me out, help me count here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. About an hour and a half worth of comments. That's what we're looking at here. We'll do it if we need to. I hope again that you will keep your comments brief, but before we get into an hour and a half worth of comments, we are going to take a short break here. Let's let's give ourselves at least, 8, 9 minutes for people to hit the restrooms, do what they need to do. We'll try to get through this in and out as quickly and effectively, efficiently as possible. So we'll adjourn for another 10 minutes. Can you hear in the back? Can you hear in the back? Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize that there was a problem with the speakers in the back over there, but now it should be better so everybody will be able to hear all the comments. So that'll make sure there's no reason for repetition that you didn't hear a previous comment if it comes to that. We need to get Ms. Jack back in here and then we'll start. This microphone here.
You talk into this so I can go check this.
Check. Check.
Sometimes I'm having a hard time hearing you guys, and I'm sitting up front.
Check.
Check.
Thank you.
Thank you again, everyone, for your patience. We'll move along then into the public comment period in opposition to this application. As I've said before, please identify yourselves verbally into the microphone. Make sure you've signed in on the sheet so we have proper spellings and everything. If you could, make the transition as quick as possible. If you got an idea of who wants to go first, kind of work that out among yourselves. You can line up if you need to, but let's not waste too much time. As we said, if everybody speaks for 4 minutes, we're still going to be here for a while. I'll remind you that the approval criteria are up here and point out that the master plan does not just deal with land use. There are other aspects to it, which is why we spent a little bit of time listening to things like tourism and economic impact, because those are also elements of the master plan that we have to consider. And if this application is in conformance with those, we have to weigh whether or not it's in compliance or in conformance with the various aspects of the master plan. That's where our job, these 8 fine volunteers up here who hear these things, that's what they pay us the big bucks for, the free water and coffee, and sometimes pizza in the back. So I won't belabor any of this. Please remember, we have read the opposition. We know like most of the applications that we get, the areas that are of concern to the neighbors are things that we see every time we do one of these hearings, basically. I'm not saying that to discourage your comments, but I am just saying that to make sure that you consider the fact that we have seen these things. I've got one of the form letters up here: traffic increases, noise, water use, water drainage. Some of these things, again, are addressed in more detail in the future. I applaud the applicant for kind of looking ahead and presenting some of this stuff, the water particularly. And even if we don't have an official finding from the state water people, we at least know that we've got a pretty good idea that the water's there when that becomes relevant. So I will now, we do have somebody online to speak in opposition to this. I'm going to get a couple of these comments from in the room first, but we'll come back to that. Miranda won't let me forget, right? And so if there are people in the audience who have comments in opposition to this, please come forward. Don't all rush forward at once, but we'd like to hear what you have to say.
Hi, my name is Katie Harms, and I want to start off with a few things. I added some notes that I'm going to add here. And I think our biggest question is, if we're using somebody else's 3 minutes that's not speaking, do we need to tell you that?
We'll see how that goes.
Okay.
I mean, if everybody if I still get, if we still have 20 people come up using double the time, then we know something's a little hinky, but go ahead.
Okay, fair. Okay, so I just would like to take a second and speak to some of the information from Mrs. Barlow. She stated that she felt that their communication was great going out to the community based on the attendance at their community meeting. I just want to point out that they sent out 14 letters because there's only 14 residences that are within the 500 feet. Those people had to use social media, email, and word of mouth to get that word out to the 100 or so people that were at that meeting. Again, large area lots. This affects our whole community, and I understand that 70% were outside the 1 mile radius. That's because they're large area lots. There's not many homes out there, so there's not going to be that many people that close to the RV park. It takes our whole community to make our community. She also stated that the revenue would come in from the sales tax in our town of Peyton. There's 6 small businesses in the town of Peyton, no restaurants, and they are going to put a store on their RV park. So that takes business away from our little general store that we have. The current commercial, the current landowners that live right around there that do commercial out of their properties, they don't bring a whole bunch of traffic. They're not affecting their neighbors. The neighbors are still living in a peaceful, quiet area. Most of those commercial businesses have been there for years and years and years, and they're just quiet little businesses that mind their own business, that bring in a customer here and there with no effect on the neighbors. The school district, our school months go from the very beginning of August to the very end of May. So the only time that our school is not in session is going to be June and July. She also stated that people were not going to be driving by our school district because it's on the other side of Highway 24. If people are going to go north to Denver, which is probably a pretty good bet, they're going to probably go down north on Peyton Highway. They will go west on 24. Then they will continue north on Bradshaw, which is the road that travels right between our 2 schools. The bus stop, she said, should not be an issue because it's 500 feet away. Just remember that the letters that they had to send out to the neighbors were any neighbors within 500 feet. So the bus stop is within that distance. The benefits to the community were all about the campsite. I'm not going to go camping a mile away from my house when I live on 7 acres and I could put a tent out front and have the quiet and not deal with other campers. She also stated in one part that the Quonset hut was for guests only, but then she used that as a benefit to the community. So I don't understand how that's a benefit to us. Sorry, now I'm going down to actually what I came here to say as well. I am not only here as a community member, but as president of the Peyton 23 School Board. I do not take it lightly that my job is to represent my voting shareholders. The rezoning of this long-standing agricultural property to that of an RV park would be a drain in our resources with no financial benefit, and it is not in the best interest of our community safety. What we are fighting today is the rezoning, not the pretty RV park that they are presenting. Once this land is rezoned, there is no going back. The owners do not have to continue to follow the rules that they are giving us, or they can sell this park at any time and it will still be zoned RV park, and the neighbors are still going to be there. Once they sell, it could easily turn into long-term low economic living. We have confirmed with the town of Calhan, who this exact thing happened to, in reference to their RV parks, that since there are no improvements to the land because the only revenue paid by the owners will be based on the vacant land, having temporary structures such as RVs on the property does not add to the assessed value. Therefore, no additional funding is paid to the state or the county. Also, owners have a second rezone request to make the remaining 5 acres of the original 40-acre agricultural lot into residential land. This means that that home, the only real improvement on that land, will be zoned residential, and therefore this land will not have to pay the additional commercial taxes that could benefit our unincorporated community. Our schools are already in need of roofs, wastewater treatment facilities, higher salaries, building upgrades, and additions, and very little funds to cover this. This RV park zone will not offer any financial contribution. As discussed with the town of Calhan, the temporary housing like that of an RV park did bring students to their school district and therefore more obligation to their already overworked and underfinanced school district. As the letter from the school board that you guys have states, kids living in transient communities often require special services, and our school district does not have the resources to accommodate that. Would it be right to make these accommodations for non-tax-paying residents and take away from the students whose parents have been paying taxes and involved in this community? Please hear me. I wish we could help all the students that come our way, but we need the financial resources to do that, and an RV park does not provide those necessary resources. To the contrary, it will only add to our list of financial deficits. The safety of our children on Peyton Highway is a real concern. They will be traveling to and from the bus stop, along with these large trailers that can't see them when they're in an unfamiliar territory and coming over a large hill. And how safe will it be for the kids to sit at a bus stop right across the street from an RV park full of strangers to the area? Our children should not have to change their lifestyle in our rural community to accommodate for unknown travelers. This property has direct, unobstructed views to our elementary and our junior and senior high school. Think about if you would want anonymous, transient strangers to have the opportunity to watch your children arrive, attend, and leave school on a daily basis. Our schools are supposed to be safe havens for our children, and we should not make decisions that jeopardize that. Worst case scenario, somebody traveling north to Denver is going to take Bradshaw north, right past our schools. They've been watching the schools, tracking the students, pick them up, and they're gone immediately. No address, no traceable information, nothing. When you combine over 110 strangers and one sheriff in a 500-mile radius, this is not keeping our children safe. And I challenge you to explain how this is in the best interest of the safety of our students in our community. Another issue in Calhan is that although they get no tax revenue from the RV zone, the Calhan Police Department spends most of their time dealing with issues at their RV park. There is very little to do in Peyton to keep travelers busy and out of trouble. The nearest public park is 6.5 miles away from this rezone, and our trail system is one dirt trail that follows along Peyton Highway. That is not much of a real attraction to tourists. I will reiterate, once this is rezoned to an RV park, there's no going back and there's no telling what the future holds in regards to the rules the owners set or how long they even own it. The sheriff or the Calhan police do not have time to spend at another RV park. These heavy vehicles will also continue to damage our roads that are already in need of repair and hard for our buses. This isn't just a few extra cars, this is numerous heavy RVs and trailers. Last year, rain washed out the drainage ditch and driveway in front of our bus barn at the school. It was months before the county could get there to fix that for us. And that's for a county entity. This RV park would add more work to the already overworked county road crew. The priority in road repairs in and around rural Peyton should stay within the tax-paying community. It should not be set aside to accommodate non-tax-paying visitors. It is also important to note that if there is a federal emergency, Zachary Usher, Deputy Director of the Individual Assistance of FEMA, assured me that when necessary and requested by a state or tribe, FEMA does sometimes lease space at RV parks to support temporary housing needs. Yet again, another impact on our community with no financial support. As the president of the Peyton School Board, this rezoning only brings negative impacts to our school district and our local students. They will provide zero funding to our community, but add unnecessary strain to our schools, educational staff, police force, and road crews. The rezone puts our children, our most vulnerable, into unsafe territory with the increased traffic and increased number of strangers that cannot be vetted just based on the RV they drive. If you approve this rezone request, it cannot go back to agricultural. We should learn from what Callahan has gone through and keep this property for conservation of farming, ranching, and rural cultural services. Even our Board of County Commissioners just passed a proclamation on June 7th to celebrate El Paso County's Colorado proud Western heritage, recognizing the rich cultural history and the traditions that define the spirit of our community. Don't take away more agricultural land so that a couple of people can make more money and put a great strain on a great little community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Harms. I hope she's speaking for a lot of you because now we've gone from 80 minutes to about 240 minutes. So next up, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jody Hefner. I'm a resident of Peyton. My property does touch a portion of this proposed RV park. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate the questions that I've been hearing from you guys regarding this. One thing, as stated, none of us are opposed to an RV park. We're always in support of that for families. However, it's the placement. It's where it's located, okay? I will point out, I'm a licensed real estate broker. I've been in the area for 30 years. I service Peyton, Falcon, Black Forest, Ellicott, Yoder Rush, Callahan, and all those areas. Very familiar with all that. I wanted to answer or address your question on, Ms. Fuller, on the access from these other RV parks. So yes, you have 24 access of one of the RV parks in Falcon on the west side, and on the east side, the one that is on Judge Orr, that is an 80-acre parcel. They have just now utilized the east 40 of that, but that runs along Highway 24. Their access is off of Judge Orr, and yes, you're not going to get access off of Highway 24 with CDOT. There will need to be frontage roads or some other form of access. Oh, you guys can't hear that? Okay, sorry guys. You know, when we're talking about this access, I was thinking about that. So here you have Peyton Highway, which is not part of CDOT, not a state highway. It's a county maintained road, even though it's called the highway. There's no criteria for doing access off a frontage road or anything like that. So that's one of the things. The other thing I wanted to point, I wish this was a little taller.
Mr. Hefner, the one at the podium there should also work, and it's a little bit taller.
Hello?
There, it's there. And let me, again, for everyone, we have approval criteria.
Yes.
We understand everybody wants their time to talk, but for respect for everybody else's time, let's try to keep it as focused as possible, please.
Okay, so I'm going to talk from here because I want to address your criteria.
Should be on your screen.
Oh, there. All right, so now this one's off. Can you hear me? Everybody hear me? Okay. So application in general conformance with the master plan. The master plan does not show that being in conformance with where commercial enterprises should be, okay? This general conformance part is a question mark for me, but it is not within the 2021, the most updated master plan, okay? This location is within a rural residential area, okay? I think there's a little misconception with the mixing of commercial enterprises in the area and neighborhood. There are the properties that are within, that are commercial, as they say, are within A35 zoning. You know, you're allowed to do certain things with that. And I think it was pointed out, it's the amount of traffic that goes to these ma and pa little organizations that they have out there. These are, I do not consider these commercial as this big park would be on that. The actual, where they're talking about the proposed land use or zone district compatible with existing and permitted land uses, I totally disagree with that. It is an A35 zoning. I will tell you that in 1999, for a little education, in case people behind me or anybody in front of me here, 1999 is where the zoning changed. They gave people 6 years to get their orders, their affairs in order, and to get everything taken care of. The rezoning was a process that had to happen. But this, what we're looking at here, most importantly, is this location, not within a commercial zoned area. Quite frankly, it needs to be off of a commercial zoning area, master plan, which would be Highway 24 area, not where it's located right now. It sits on top of a hill overlooking many 5-acre lots and a few A35, 35-acre lots. It's on top of a hill. So it's in that respect for the neighboring community of people, it's going to cause quite a bit. There's health issues, there's safety issues, school issues, there's everything with that. The site is, if this site is suitable for intended use, and ability to meet the standards of a land development code, I question that as well. I question that because it is not within an area that is conducive for what this park is all about and what it's gonna, the effect it's gonna have. And I'm gonna leave it at that because there's a lot of other people that are gonna talk about many of these other issues that have been discussed here regarding the water and the safety and all the rest. So thank you for allowing me the time.
Thank you, Mr. Hefner. And yeah, we'll go a little bit longer, but I may have to ask the people in the back to put up a timer for us so we can kind of keep your comments a little bit more focused. It's hard. I get it. I know that. But please, sir, go ahead.
All right, my name is Greg Miranda. I'm a born and raised resident, native here of Colorado Springs area, local professional. I'm also an RVer. The first statement I'm going to make, I know is not focused, but I do think it speaks to the character of the folks here that are proposing this. This RV park benefits only the owners and their guests. I do understand there's some tax benefits for the county as a whole. Part of why I say that and demonstrating they don't really care or respect for the area is already stated, they did not reach out widely. They said social media works. And I'm sorry, but in small rural areas, there's some people that don't have internet. There's some people that don't have social media, don't want social media. I find that disrespectful. At the Peyton High School initial meeting where they were selling it to us, I asked the Smiths and got no answer, what guarantees the community have that they will, A, not sell this property, which means that somebody can change the rules. They've sold you on their intent. The next owner, you don't know what that intent is. B, that they will not change their minds and change their rules, decide we can make more money if we operate 12 months out of the year. One inconsistency that was stated earlier, I could not find the document that they handed out at that meeting, I asked for it earlier, is one of you had asked, what's the maximum length of time that someone could stay there? They said, we don't have a maximum. The document they handed out to sell to the community is a maximum of something. I think it was 15 days. There's an inconsistency there. Another inconsistency that was said is no traffic will go north of Highway 24. No traffic will cross Highway 24. But then they tried to sell you on all the businesses in Peyton that will benefit. They're all on the north side of Highway 24, including a coffee shop, which is just a drive-up shack. I'm not a coffee drinker, but I'm sure everyone here is very familiar with Dutch Bros. How often have you seen cars lined up on the streets the city streets like Platt at Union, like Circle and Palmer Park, okay? That shack can barely handle 4 cars before it's impeding on Maggie's shop. You add in F-350s, F-250s, vans, you've got traffic possibly backed onto Highway 24, A, B, blocking the other businesses there. That is a safety concern, okay? Like was already mentioned, when I travel north on Elbert Road, which I have to go Bradshaw or Peyton Highway to go to Denver. So there will be travel, people coming in and out across Highway 24. Highway 24 is a busy intersection. There's no traffic lights. I personally have been hit in a car accident by somebody who was unfamiliar, an inexperienced operator. To speak to that, since COVID happened, there was a 45% increase in outdoor activities, including RVs, which means that there's a large number of people in a short period of time trying to pull very large and heavy things behind their vehicles, some of which their vehicles aren't intended or capable of actually pulling. That creates a problem. It creates a problem on the exit portion and the entrance portion of this proposed park. There is no turn lane. There is no merge lane. These things, to yours, it's probably, I calculated, about 67 feet long. When there is no merge lane or turn lane, you have to cross all the way over both lanes of traffic, probably off the edge of the lane. There are no shoulders other than dirt. The folks that live out there can attest to when vehicles drive off the lane onto the dirt, it chunks up the corners and the edges of the road. That's going to destroy those things, not to mention the safety aspect of how long it takes to turn on.
Mr. Miranda, I'm going to remind you and everybody else, I'm trying to respect your input, but you haven't really talked about anything that applies to these criteria.
Okay.
If there is an approval and some of those details would be considered farther down the road, but as we often see, my colleagues here would, attest, we often see the concerns expressed are worst case scenarios, a lot of speculation about what might happen without a whole lot of, evidence that that's what will happen. Understand these concerns. The concerns are real. Whether they are as real as you think they are is a different question, but please try to keep focused on the things that we can consider. The emotional appeal may sway us to some degree, but we're bound by very specific criteria.
I understand, and I apologize. What I do want to point out, though, is they have someone that represents them that did a sales pitch for you all, just like they did for us. And what I'm getting at is please take into consideration the possibilities of the future, not just their current intent. The last thing I will mention is in regards to economic effect on the residents in the area, and that's insurance related. That's my expertise. I'm sure you've got no letters or comments on it. Insurance companies, number one, when there's higher traffic in areas, that results in higher increases of premiums. So the rest of us who live there eventually will have higher premiums just because folks here are making money. Okay. Secondarily, when it comes to property insurance, things have evolved rapidly in the property insurance market to where they not only, like they have been, have hail scores, wind scores, and fire rating scores, they're introducing crime rating scores. And again, if this changes to someone else who owns it, they change their guidelines and they allow people to reside there like some of these other parks have, like Calhan, now you have an increased crime rate score. Like she mentioned, El Paso County reports to, and Calhan reports to that RV park regularly. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Ed Kovitz. I am a neighbor of the proposed park. Actually, earlier on one of the maps, they showed a road and they called it a trail and said they didn't know where that went to. That's my driveway. I live right next to this. So I have a lot to say. A lot of it has been already said, so I'm going to try not to go on stuff that's already been said. I have something that I think, I was a real estate agent, appraiser, and an auctioneer in El Paso County for the last almost 40 years. and all. And I've lived where I live now for over 30 years. We built the house and did everything there. We have the RV storage, which is grandfathered in. We put that in over 30 years ago, and it's grandfathered, so we're legal and all. But the biggest concern that I think we should all have is fire danger. Every day we look almost, especially this time of year, and there's severe warnings out for fire and grass fires and all kinds of stuff. And we, on our property, we do all kinds of stuff to be ready for that when it happens, because it's going to happen and all. And when we're talking about 100 campfires out there, I have an article here by a scientist, and she says that 84% of the grass fires are started by unattended fires, campfires. That's crazy. And then we're going to have over 100 sometimes campfires right in our backyard. And then the other thing that is very concerning fires is this campground, proposed campground, is within probably a mile of like 5 subdivisions, and it's less than a mile from the town of Peyton. There's, I think, 1,600 people in Peyton. Sparks. We get wind all the time, wind and those, I can't think of what I want to say, microbursts. We got a microburst the other day, and it was like 2 o'clock in the morning and all. It woke me up. It shook our house. It was probably 40, 50 miles an hour. What happens if you've got campfires out there and you get a microburst or just the normal wind? And we've got people that are coming here and staying in this campground that maybe aren't familiar with Colorado and our weather and our microbursts and stuff. Where are all those ashes and sparks and all going to go? What's going to happen to the town of Peyton and all these 5 subdivisions in my house? Fire is a major concern with this. And so that's enough about that. My time's getting low. I have one other question, and I'm sure that the commissioners are aware of this. In El Paso County, and this has not been addressed, but there's... Yes, I'm sorry. That's the auctioneer in me. I like to face my crowd. And so now what was I going to say? Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry. I have a TBI, so my memory attention is short. We went to the fires. Oh, pardon?
I'm just talking about the fires.
Yeah, I guess I'm done. Yes, thank you. I needed a little help.
Gallery?
So, commissioners. Yeah. The issue has been addressed about wells. And I don't know what kind of a well they're going to put into. But years ago, there's a state law that says you have to prove 100 years of underground water if you're going to do a subdivision or something similar to what they're going to do. And somewhere, I don't know, 85 or something like that, Commissioner Whittemore and other commissioners changed that to 300 years. You have to prove 300 years of water. Have they done that? And if not, or if they have, I think you very carefully need to look at that, because we all know what's going on and all the stuff that happens today and all. How in the world can you say that there's 300 years of water? How could you guarantee that? I saw an article on the news yesterday, and then I'll shut up, that there's a thing out now that global warming is drying up our underground water. There's 2 states, Ohio, I believe it was, and Texas, that are restricting the use of ranchers and farmers to how much water they can use out of wells that they've used for years. Well, there must be something to that. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Kovitz. Josh, could I get you to put the timer up there? No alarm. I don't want an alarm, but the countdown would maybe be helpful just for people to keep a sense of where they're going. We're averaging more like 6 to 8 minutes instead of 3. So just for your awareness, I'm going to try not to shut anybody up or cut anybody off too early, but there are a lot of folks to go through. And again, the review criteria are critical. Water is something that we'll consider later. Traffic is something we'll consider, or that would be considered later if this is approved. So we understand those very practical things, and human nature is to go to those before you stay at the higher issue, the larger issues that we're supposed to consider with this first step in a long process. So, ma'am, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So it's my understanding that if there are 5 people who have something to say, but they don't want to speak, that I am allowed to take their time. Is that correct?
We're going to have to.
That is what we were told.
We're going to have to then segregate out, because if we've got,
Okay.
tell me who you are, who aren't going to speak, but I will give you some latitude as long as your
we can do a show of
comments are
hands,
relevant.
Sure. Yeah,
And
I promise they are.
yeah, I can't necessarily keep track and make sure that, no, you raised your hand, you can't come up and get
Okay.
anymore.
Okay.
But
Very good. I wanted
we'll
to
give
clarify.
you some
Thank
latitude.
you. Okay, great. My name is Nikki Fields, and I am just going to read this to you. You guys actually have a copy of this in front of you, and there are some attachments as well. Okay, Planning Commission, thank you for taking the time to listen.
And hold on a second. You don't need to read it to us. We've had this from the beginning. We've all read your letter. It saves a lot of time. It saves a lot of time if you summarize what you want to say, just as with the slide. If you read the slides to us, that doesn't do us any good. I'm keeping track. This doesn't count as your time, but you don't need to read this to us. If you choose to, that's fine, but I'll tell you that a lot of what you wrote here, well, yeah, go ahead.
It applies to the criteria.
I know.
Okay.
But we've read it. So reading it to us again is not necessarily going to make your arguments any stronger.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Is
That's
it
all I'm
okay
saying.
that I read it anyway for the record and for
It's
the
in
residents
record,
to understand?
Since it will be in the record. You can go ahead and read it.
I think her question is, did we get it and read it, which we have. And so we're just trying to be cognizant of how much time we're spending. So we don't want you to feel like we're not listening to you, because we do have it and we've read it and it is part of the record.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm happy to kind of bullet point as well. Okay. Wonderful. So let's see. I didn't write it as a bullet point, but we can make that happen. So first off, I wanted to recognize the county commissioners that were part of making the master plan. Thank you for that recent only 3 year ago update. It was needed. Thank you. One of the key outreach items of your El Paso County Master Plan on page 6 is maintaining the established character of unique areas throughout the county while effectively accommodating and managing growth. It goes on to talk about really the character of the areas, which we know is generally rural and agricultural in nature with the RR5 and the A35 zoning. Let's see. A key component to El Paso County's character, and arguably, these are quotes directly from the master plan, arguably the most prominent is the natural environment. As such, the natural environment should be protected and bolstered whenever possible. Besides clearly desiring to maintain the rural character and lifestyle of unincorporated communities such as Peyton, the most important section of your El Paso County Master Plan as it pertains to the project site is Section 3, Land Use, and which talks about, and I won't read the whole quote, I think it's a great quote and I wish I could take credit for, but I have to give credit where it's due, which is with 7 of you who are currently serving who wrote this. And it talks about land use, and it says it's a fundamental core component of any comprehensive plan. While it may be one of the first things addressed while developing a plan for the future, it's not the first thing people intuitively think of when asked to describe where they want to live. And then it goes on to talk about place. about restaurants and coffee shops and if they can bike or catch a bus, and on it goes about the place they want to live. And it does end with living in a place they can see the night sky or walk through nature on a trail or live on an open range without any neighbors for several miles. You think about the place. And as such, it goes on to say that this is how the master plan was created, was thinking about place and thinking about where we live more intuitively. So we go on to talk about ensuring compatibility with established character and infrastructure capacity. And we get down to, let's see, a comment I wanted to read was that the proposed RV park will not provide services to the community, which is what the commercial services is defined as, is providing services to the residents of the area. It's been pretty clearly stated by the applicant today that the RV park stands to serve visitors and guests passing through the area, including the camp store, which would be the one commercial service. Again, it was mentioned taking away from Maggie's Corner Store. One of the few businesses in Peyton that could benefit from this economically, and they are quite opposed because of the risk to their revenue. Let's see, bullet pointing. Okay, let's talk about place types. You guys know about place types. The primary land use of this large lot place type is, let me see. Actually, the only primary land use for a large lot place type is single family detached. There are a couple of other supporting land uses. Tourism is explicitly not one of them. It has been clearly stated and restated here that this is a project geared towards tourism and outside visitors and guests to the area. And I would just like to point out that tourism is not a supporting land use for large lot or rural, which is a lot of the land that surrounds it. If the 29.4215 acre parcel in discussion was subdivided as directed in compliance with the primary use for the large lot place type, it would have under 12 residential sites. This is vastly different use from the 110 non-residential, ever-changing RV users. The proposed land use or zone district is not compatible with the existing and permitted land uses and zone districts in all directions, thus making the application not in general conformance with the master plan, contrary to the claim of general conformance in the LOI that had been submitted. Let's see. It is clear that the existing place types surrounding the proposed RVP rezone site are rural in character. Changing the zoning of one parcel to a zoning that will not benefit the community inherently makes it not compatible with the land use and zone districts in all directions, when only the owner of the parcel benefits from the rezone and the RV park project. We believe it should be considered leapfrog development and be discouraged as stated in the master plan. A 110 site RV park is not a neighborhood. It exists for non-residents to stay only a short period of time. Additionally, the most recent count of 143 opposition letters, including from the superintendent and the school district board, prove that it is not desired, which speaks to the desirability and the unique use. The existing commercial uses are low in density and they do not bring increased traffic load to Peyton. They're presumed legal nonconforming, which I think Ed confirmed for us. And some of them are approved uses within the current zoning. Also, the camp store has been clearly defined yet again to serve only the RV park guests and residents. So Peyton is considered a rural center. I believe in the LOI it talks about Falcon. Falcon is a regional center, which does have the infrastructure and services to support. There are also underutilized and not full RV parks in that area already. So with the implementation, it's clearly shown by the primary land use and lack of supporting land use per the previously discussed chart, this guy, which I'm sure you are all familiar with, that this rezone to RVP does not show overall consistency with the master plan, compatibility with the surrounding land use, and whether the use supports the overall character of the area, which we've determined is generally agricultural and rural in nature. At the time of writing your El Paso County Master Plan, 7 of you serving on the Planning Commission valued the voice and feedback of the residents of El Paso County. The same residents of the county that you valued then are asking you to value their voice once again and deny the rezone of this parcel to RVP in order to remain consistent with the master plan that you wrote and adopted to maintain the unique and rural character of the community of Peyton. In conclusion, regardless of the high-end nature of the RV park, it is our observation that for the following reasons, the proposed amendment of the El Paso County zoning map is not in the best interest of the health, safety, morals, convenience, order, prosperity, and welfare of the citizens of El Paso County. The application is not in general conformance with the El Paso County Master Plan, including applicable small area plans, or there has been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood since the land was last zoned, which we know there has not been a substantial change, and that the proposed land use or zone district is not compatible with the existing and permitted land uses and zone districts in all directions.
Thank you, Ms. Fields.
Thank you.
Next up.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Otis. I live out in Peyton. I've lived out there for going on 40 years. And I've been on the Denver and the Dawson water. But that's not really the first thing that you need to know. What you need to know is that we're just taking all these campers and moving them out to us. If you look on a map right now, they've got a camping place at KOA. Next door to KOA, they have another camping place. 2 miles east of Big R, they have another place to store your camper. You come out to Peyton, and the retired auctioneer, he's got his place all designed for parking campers. You get out to Calhoun, Cadillac Jack has all of the town, practically. Campers on the north side of the road. He bought land on the south side of the road that used to be a mobile home park and started to put a camper place in there, and somebody, perhaps you, stopped him.
Mr. Otis, it's not our place here to decide how many campgrounds we can have. If a landowner, a property owner wants to do something with their property and follows the right procedures, they're free to do that. And nobody's forcing any campers to come to that campground either. So please focus a little bit. And again, water is not
campers,
something.
Coming in. We have a limited space of water under Peyton. I have a ranch that has Denver water. I have another ranch that has Dawson water. There you're limited to 1.5 or 2 acre feet of water per year.
Again, sir, the water question is something that has to be considered later. It does not factor in. And again, we've read how many letters that said the same thing. We understand that water is a concern, but it's not a concern at this point in this process with regard to this.
It's got to be an awful important part of your decision because it affects every person that lives out there. I don't care what you have in the city here. If you have all the water in the world, I'm thankful for it. But the thing is, out there, if we can have just enough water to feed our livestock, just enough water to feed the family, then we're happy. But please, consider the water before you consider just another 100 people coming in every single day. It just can't go. I'm out of here.
Thank you, Mr. Otis. Appreciate your comments. Next.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Monty Goodrich. I'm a Peyton resident. I live at 12525 Safe Landing Drive. My property is basically southwest of the proposed property's west fence line. So approximately 750 feet from the top of the proposed area. You've all heard, everybody stated this, that, and the other. I know we're here for a specific reason. Bottom line is, and I'm sure you're probably aware based on what you already know, based on code and zoning, based on what some people have brought forth that was actually diligent and factual. It does not qualify at this point. It is A35. The properties around them are RR5 and A35. There is nothing commercial. There is limited commercial use on 3 of these properties. One is the tractor service, which agriculturally provides a service to our community. They do not advertise other than a sign showing where the entrance is. There are no commercials, anything like that, billboards out running around showing his service as a commercial entity to anyone else other than our community. And he provides that service as a sole entity. No one else works with him. So he's providing a service to us by keeping our agricultural equipment going so that we can continue to live in that A35 and RR5 atmosphere. As far as there is a processing plant for wild game, he does occasionally do livestock for local residents. It is not advertised as a retail establishment. He does not sell beef. He does not sell wild game. He strictly provides a service for, again, the agricultural area and our community. As far as Mr. Kovitz, he made it very clear, he's been grandfathered in. The situation is what it is there. He provides a service as well. It's a very clean atmosphere, very respected member of the community. Pardon me, I'm not a big public speaker, so I'm trying to get through this the best I can. The other business that was mentioned, would be the Colorado Civic Construction. Now, that is also an A35 zoned. He has built what is known as a shopominium. It is a large shop with the living quarters off of it. He is the only one that lives there. It is a sole residence, and he stores and keeps his equipment there, takes it off site to work elsewhere. He does not have anything showing any large commercial, advertising or propaganda along the highway stating that he's there. You can strictly see that he's there, but there is no advertising for a commercial establishment at all. So, in closing at this point, everything around that they have mentioned that is of commercial use at this point is not. It is limited services to our community and to the rural area of El Paso County. We do not necessarily service anything, or do they provide services to anyone, in the Colorado Springs area, unless it's something that's word of mouth. It's not advertised. So, thanks for your time. I'm out.
Thank you, Mr. Goodrich. You did just fine. I may come across as harsh, but really we're just normal people like you, and so we don't bite. You're doing just fine.
Not today.
Yeah, maybe over here, but
My name is Alex Martinez. You have my letter, I believe. Do you?
if it was submitted more than 24
I
hours
submitted
ago,
it
we have
yesterday
it.
morning, or the night before, actually.
It's in our packet. Yes, sir.
Do you definitely have it, or do I read it? I'm confused.
Please don't read it.
Okay.
Please don't read it.
I'll paraphrase it then.
Tell us what your concerns are, and if the letter was sent, it's part of the record, and I'm almost certain that we've already got it and we've already read it.
Works for me. First of all, the applicant to spot rezone this goes against your own master plan. In the cores and principal goals section in land use and development, the primary goal 1.1 states, and I quote, "To ensure compatibility with established character and infrastructure capacity, how a 100 campground fits into a 35-acre agricultural property, I have a hard time understanding. That being said, in my letter, I reference this, but you go along Route 24, there's multiple trailer parks or RV centers. None of them are full. There's a brand new one you approved, that's not full. And I don't know this for fact, I can't quote percentages, but you can drive by it every day like I do, and there's whole rows of empty spots. My fear is approving this particular spot variance or spot rezone will allow this individual to fail at his initial thing, as initial plan, and then have to sell it for something else. And that would be an extreme detriment to the community. There's one other thing I really want to touch on. My real fear here is we camp. There's 99.9% of campers are the greatest people on the face of the earth. That 1/10 of 1% isn't going to listen to you, going to have my fire and do whatever I want to do. And we've all seen them. That particular area of El Paso County is ripe for a conflagration in those open, dry pastures to destroy the majority of Peyton. Now I want to regress just a hair. Up this morning, there was a slide on about a 2-minute response time for the fire department to the scene. 2 minutes. I was a fireman. My son's a fireman. He's an officer in the community he lives in. He was at our house the other day. My grandson is fire truck crazy. We were in a firehouse, and I was listening to him talk, trying to stay out, but listening. They have a 17-minute response time just to get people at the house to operate the vehicle. It may be 2 minutes from the apron to the campground, but it ain't 2 minutes from the time you call. And that's something you really should consider. I closed in the letter with this comment. I'll close here now. Growing up, I wrote it like a lot of people were younger than me, but I can't say that now. Growing up, there was a commercial on TV. There was a bear standing there with a shovel saying only you can prevent forest fires. Well, now that you is you. And it's something you should consider when you deny this application.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Hello. I'll try to stick to my reading here. But one thing about the fire department that he just mentioned, we have one firefighter. All the rest are volunteers from Colorado Springs. It'll take them 25 to 30
You could
minutes to
identify
get there.
yourself.
Oh, I'm
for us.
sorry. I'm
And
Bonnie
again,
Cataw.
much like water, fire services comes later in the
Yeah.
process, but go ahead. Repeat your name, please, for me.
My name is Bonnie Cataw, Kattau. I've lived in the Peyton community for 23 years. My husband has been there for 26 years. He bought a blank piece of property and built our house with his own 2 hands. The reason he moved to the area was to get away from the city. We're originally from Phoenix, Arizona. The commercialism, the industrial, and the traffic, the noise, the crimes, the pollution, and frankly, the unfriendly people is why we moved to the country. He also believed it was a good place to raise our families. I'm the owner of Maggie's Corner Store that everybody has mentioned. I'm on the corner of Peyton Highway and 24, a half a mile from where they're going to build. And I have every opportunity to give everybody the groceries and everything that they need if they need to, so they don't need a store there. We primarily bought that store for an outreach to the community, to build the environment together, to preserve the way of life of country living, which is quickly disappearing from America. I am also a medical assistant. I was a volunteer firefighter for Peyton Fire Department, and I was an EMT for them. I was a first responder for AMR as well. I also worked in a house for the severely mental in Colorado Springs. And the reason I mention that is because I have a 40-year-old mentally handicapped son that I take care of full-time, and my husband does. Commercialism and more people into the area will trigger him to go off the rails. He's paranoid schizophrenic. I have also been on many calls out there that is the same thing. There's families out there, and the reason they're out there is because they need their family members to be away from the commercialism. and that's why we're all out there. We also have the military retired vets that live out there for the same reasons. The agriculture way of life is calming, rewarding, and beautiful. Nature, for some, is a wonderful thing to behold. Planting something and watching it grow is very gratifying and brings ease to the minds of the stressed. So farmers raise their livestock and experience satisfaction far beyond what can be achieved in the city. Living in a small community is away from civilization, knowing your neighbors, being able to go to the local businesses where everybody knows you, where you can be yourself without being judged, gives a feeling of a bigger part of a bigger family. Many of us moved here knowing the master plan stated that there will be no commercial development in the area so that agriculture way of life is preserved. Many families have been here for generations. They're developing a legacy for their families. My question is, what right does one person have to come into our community and change the zoning and change our culture? Many have spent a lot of money and endured a lot of hard work to live there in this community. And most of us will be there for the rest of our lives, and we do not want it changed. So please vote no on changing our zoning and granting this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kata.
Good afternoon, commissioners and my fellow community of Peyton. My name is Brian Hadfield. I and my wife, Kristen Hadfield, are residents of the Peyton community. We are the owners of Gunslinger Ranch, which is just down the road from this proposed RV park. We are proud of our community, and I consider it my honor to speak on behalf of my neighbors. A lot of the information has already been put out, so I'm not going to hash too much on it. However, I have statistics, and some contradict what we've heard. The El Paso County Sheriff is our major reporting law enforcement agent. I talked to Sergeant Robley, and he told me 29 minutes, 18 seconds is their average response time for a number one priority. Number two priority, 42 minutes and 21 seconds. Other calls with lesser priority are usually handled by phone. They operate, where did I put that? They have one deputy on duty on any normal given day, without Peyton Day or some other circumstance. But one deputy covering 500 miles is a stretch. That's hard to do.
Mr. Hatfield, I agree with you, but we are not at this stage of the process. Is this relevant?
Do you want me to leave fire out as well?
If you would, please. We understand
All right.
that the response times are a concern, but there is a time at which those things are considered.
That's fine.
In the process. And
What I will leave with is this proposed RV park does not support our community, and it's not what our community wants. It's not who we are.
thank you, Mr. Hadfield.
I'm Teresa Fields. Before I begin, let me ask you if you want to hear what I have to say. I'm not repeating anything about fire or water or anything. You said that an emotional appeal might have a little sway. I live directly across the street from the part that will have the most road in between us and the RV park. The driveway that they're proposing will be directly across from my mom and dad's driveway who live on our property. Do you want to hear my emotional appeal? Not in tears, but what it will mean to the impact of the residents directly across.
And again, we want to hear from everyone. This is an open process and you have a right to be heard.
I understand,
The
but
only-
if it
the only
won't make any-
restrictions, I can't tell you if it's going to have an impact on anybody here, but as long as it's brief and as long as it's heartfelt,
I will make it brief.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, you
Because
got it.
if you're speaking to compatibility with the neighborhood.
Yes, I am. I'd like to address some particulars concerning maintaining the existing character of the area in question. My husband and I live straight across Peyton Highway from the proposed zone change. My parents live on the same property. If the zone change is approved and proposed, and the proposed RV park is built, the entrance will be directly across from parents' driveway. My family moved to this property in 1970 when I was 10 years old. I've lived there virtually all my life. While we watch the area grow, the growth has been the homes of other people pursuing a quieter life than the city offers, not someone building a business that robs us of those quieter lives. The zoning change will bring with it many problems which have been addressed by my neighbors and friends. I'm not bringing charts and numbers, but a real-life example of how this proposed zoning change and consequent RV park would be completely incompatible with the character of the area. Most of us in this area do not have the resources and connections that Scott and Deidre Smith have to pursue huge business deals. Our pursuits are simpler. We just work jobs and come home to our small rural homes, most on 5 or 10 acres. We have modest rural homes and modest rural lifestyles. When I get up each morning, I want to have a cup of coffee on my patio. Let me make this personal. I work all day looking forward to my hours at home, to quiet and peaceful evenings. I can't wait each year for summer so we can sit outside and listen to the birds and watch the deer. You've heard a lot about noise, about drunken parties and that. That's not what I'm concerned about. The noise I'm concerned about is what goes with any campground. We camp, we hear the slamming of doors, the getting out, the coming in. We get here late, we check in at 11. Those lights are going to go right in our bedroom window. We have our backyard that we sit in. We can listen to the birds now, but we're going to be hearing conversation. That tower that's across the road that I was in favor of when it went in because I think it benefits the community. When people work on that, we hear their conversation in our backyard. Imagine that multiplied by the number of people that will be in sight of our home. I've submitted photos of my home if you want to look at them, views from my driveway looking both east and west. If this change is approved, the park it'll be permanent. An RV park will always be directly across the road from my little home. Never again will we enjoy a silent summer evening. The air around us will be filled with the sounds of strangers talking. Everything we do will be on display for whomever wants to pull up a camp chair and watch us. The benefit of this change will be solely to Scott and Deidre and their investors, not to the longtime residents of this area, your constituents who call this place home. We have lives that contain days and hours and minutes, just like everyone else. We are asking that you not give our days and hours and minutes over to this huge, unprecedented, incongruous, incompatible leapfrog change, which definitely does not maintain the character of the area. As I close, I would like to extend an invitation to anyone on this commission to come and sit on my front porch or my back patio. Then you could look across the road and tell me if this were your front porch or your back patio, would you say yes? And if you wouldn't say yes for you, please don't say yes for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Field.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Daniel Saligny. I'm a new resident to Peyton. I just purchased land on Chaparral Loop East. I just wanted to come out and speak. I heard about this a month after getting my property. I'm going to go ahead and read what I have here. I own the top of the hill, which is an amazing view. That this new RV park would now be a part of my view, which isn't very beautiful. I don't agree, and I don't want to look at this the rest of my life. Being a person that just got this property, it's not what I anticipated when I purchased this property a month ago. This is not what I was expecting, and it's not what I want for the future of my son's life. I'm the new generation to the area and I have an 11-month-old son that will grow up here. I moved out this way to have a peaceful rural life away from the city, Now this rezoning will have the city moving towards me, ruining the rural life I dreamed of. I moved from Miami, Florida due to having cancer, needing better health care, and wanting a better life away from the city, which has taken me since 2014 to get to this point. After 10 years and 2 months, I finally found my dream land in Peyton. Not very many lands go for sale in Peyton nowadays, especially like one as nice as mine. Colorado Dreams has been everything I ever wanted to live my dream out and raise my son on. Not even after a month of purchasing my land, I heard about this terrible rezoning, and that's why I'm here today and voicing my concerns. I know a lot of what I'm saying right now may not be exactly what you guys want to hear on this part, but there's some parts that will be, and I still want to get my point across because I'm the new generation to this area. The rezoning will affect my daily life between the views being obstructed and having to drive past it every single day. The traffic every single day I will have to deal with. The amount of unwanted RV vehicular traffic is going to be a very big burden on not just my life, but everybody in here's life and everybody that travels on Highway 24 coming from out of state and anywhere in this area. I myself in the beginning stages of volunteering for the Peyton Fire Department, and I've realized how much of a burden that this RV park would put on that organization. They're all volunteers, only one person at the department is paid. This is a huge safety concern for everybody in the area, including all of Colorado Springs. I am the voice for the new generation of the residents that we want to preserve the peaceful and rural life of farming and agriculture that we currently have that we are in. I very much oppose this rezoning and hope you all consider not to approve this. Please help us preserve the farming and views of traffic for the next generation of Peyton residents. I oppose this. Also now to go to a few things that came up today. The site isn't suitable for the area intended to use and should be kept as an A35 zoning. There's not that much agriculture around that area. I mean, there is, but there isn't, so we need to preserve what we can. Other concerns that arose today, and these are all things that I wrote down just from what I heard. 3 to 9 months, people staying, that isn't a vacation, that's a short-term residence. It was mentioned that they don't want long campers there, but what steps do they have in place to prevent that from happening? What's stopping them from 3 to 9 months for every single person on every single space staying there for 9 months at a time? Anything over 2 weeks requires an eviction in Colorado, so how is 3 to 9 months even feasible? There isn't a medical facility anywhere near this location. Medical response times are very long in this area, so why would they want that and speaking for it? The other thing that I didn't understand was they said that there isn't going to be open fires allowed, but then people talked about making s'mores and this and that. So I'm kind of confused with how that was mentioned. We don't need to make the world issues. I know somebody before this said about all the stuff that's going on in the world. We don't need to make the world issues our local issues. That's irrelevant. They're also admitting to changing the plan, which is another huge thing, that they can change their mind after rezoning and just do whatever they want. And I think that's a big concern that you guys should really consider. Also, something that was never mentioned, and now they're going to supply propane and there's going to be a dump station. Cowhand is not able to have a dump station because it's not safe for them to do so. So why are we going to have a dump station in our town? I also don't agree with we should just give away our resources to 111 people to pump water out of our ground and then leave all their waste. I don't think that should be part of it. Please say no to this rezoning to preserve our future as a community. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Seligman.
Thank you all for listening to us today. I'm Anita Squire, and I live in the subdivision that's not even mentioned in their proposal across the road on Elliott View. It's a private road. We have to maintain this road ourselves. We have to pay for it out of our pockets. It's not a county road. I want to know how many campers are going to turn into our subdivision instead of going to the campsite. We weren't consulted. We weren't asked to give an opinion. I was going to talk to you about traffic today. That's one of my concerns. You've got my proposal. I submitted it. I've got pictures of the bus stop. Right where the bus stop is where Elliott View turns into our subdivision. And we are 35 acreages. And we like to keep it that way. My view and my husband's view is of the hill that they're putting the campground on. I'm sorry, but I didn't move out there 20 years ago to look at a campground. And we love to camp. We love to camp, but we don't. In all the campsites we've been from here to the East Coast, I've never been in one that is in a rural residential area. Light commercial, parks, but We have not, we always look for the campgrounds that are close to amenities. Why would you stay 30 miles outside of Colorado Springs when you have to drive back and forth? The traffic counts are wrong. If you've got 110 campers, you have to assume that 110 campers may leave and may another 110 come in. We don't know. We don't know how long people are going to stay. That affects the traffic in our area. And our road cannot handle that. We see people coming down Peyton Highway 50, 60 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour over that little hill where they're proposing their entrance to the campground. It's not monitored by the sheriff's department. They don't have the people to do it. So it's not safe for our community. It's not what we moved out there for. I think it's a great idea, but not where it's at. Thank you. And I too, like Ms. Fields, would like to ask you if it were your front yard or your backyard, would you approve it? You have to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who's waiting to come up? One more, and then we have one more online. So we've pretty much gotten to the 20, even though some people have taken extra time. Just so you know. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is William Mistretta, resident of Colorado for 50 years and Peyton for 30 years. I live 5 miles away from the proposed RV park. I'm not going to go into everything that's been covered, but what I would like to point out is in your own master plan, under 5.3.4, it states the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area. It's not. There's nothing like this anywhere around there. There is nothing even close to what this is proposed to be anywhere around there. It also states not detrimental to the surrounding area and not detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare. Mr. Byers, I would point out that there's an issue that caught your eye was the one driveway into the RV park. That's one driveway in, one driveway out, if they're at their max capacity. And while a lot of insinuations have been made and anticipated projects have been made by the developer, let me anticipate a fire in that park with 100-unit occupancy and one way out and one way in. Nobody's going to leave their camper behind. How do I make these statements? I'm a retired cop of 40 years. I've been to these situations. Everybody's going to grab their camper and want to get out at the same time. It can't accommodate it. So it is detrimental to the safety. One more statement in that says that it is harmonious with the character of the neighborhood. I'm just going to point out, as evidenced by the opposition that has shown up here today and the letters and the people that are at work that could not show up today, it is not harmonious with the neighborhood. Thank you for your time. I appreciate this.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada.
Good afternoon. My name is Renee Hollenbeck, resident of Peyton. This will be the shortest thing you have to hear today. So all I want to do is, one of my fellow neighbors, Monte Goodrich, dispelled all of the commercial ventures that they had pointed out were part of what has become our Peyton community. He talked about each one and how it is really a personal residence with maybe an associate. Like I drive a truck, which a lot of people in Peyton do, and so I bring it home at night. But he forgot to address one, which is the stable and kennels that they addressed, which they said is on Highway 24. That home has been there a long time. The owners did build a substantial sized barn and also put up stables. That's, as far as I know, all that it's ever done. They had 2 small ponies there for about a month several years ago. It is not an active business venture at all. So theirs is, as far as I understand, the only commercial type exposure that we have that is zoned RR5 or ag, whatever that number is. But we don't have any other commercial at all going on other than just hardworking people out there maybe having a little side business that does not impact our community. So thank you. I just wanted to address that one last business venture that is not really a business venture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hollenbeck. Well, there's one more waiting online,
Oh, all right,
patiently,
online.
maybe, but go ahead.
Okay. My name is Karen Martinez. I moved out here 3 years ago from Jersey. So yes, I do have a Jersey attitude. Oh yeah. But I love being away from Jersey. No offense. I understand the criteria, third generation for construction. I understand all this. The other thing I want to bring up in the criteria is you zoned it for a reason during that time. And unfortunately, there is more building up in Colorado Springs. There is more building up in Fountain, also in Falcon, and now towards Peyton. The main problem we're seeing out our way also with all this buildup, and once you, I mean, it's like unbelievable. We've got antelope galore out there. So everything that you guys are building up, you're chasing out there, okay? There's a bunch of deer out in the same area that they're proposing to put the RV place at, along with all the antelope that has now been chased out there, okay? So we're gonna keep chasing these things further and further, and we're gonna have more and more accidents, especially at the speed of these people coming in with the RVs, okay? Let's face it, you know, I camp too. Leadfoot want to get there, 1, 2, 3. The other thing is, I know you're smiling, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I know, right? Especially if you had kids or something and you're like, I can't get there fast enough. And I understand it, but this is not the place to put it. We have a lot of antelope out there. We now have a lot of deer. We have farmers out there who have longhorns. We have people who have goats, chickens, ducks. I mean, this is all going to interfere with the animals out there. And all I want to know is that who is going to be held responsible? And like I said, I'm a person from Jersey, so yes, I have a Jersey attitude, is when you get bored, you go find things to do. And that's what we did. So when somebody brings a paint gun or something out there and starts shooting at everybody's livestock out there, what do? I mean, it's going to take forever for the police to come. I mean, it's just unfair. I'm just asking you to please think about these things and deny the rezoning. It was rezoned a long time ago for a special reason, and I don't think it should be put in that an RV park is capable of handling what's going to go on there, okay? Because a lot of people have their life out there with these animals and make small monetary value when they sell them, whether it's eggs, beef, or whatever. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. We get the next comment online queued up, please. Is there anyone else here present in the audience who would like to speak? I hate it when my 80-minute estimate comes almost exactly true, right?
Is now joining.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello, go ahead, sir.
Yes, this is Ed Henning. Oh, I guess I called you. I'm sorry. I thought you were calling me. I'm waiting to be called for to talk about the RVP.
All right, sir, this is your time, so please identify yourself for the record, and we'd love to hear your comment on this.
Oh, okay. I thought I'm watching it, so somebody's still talking, so.
Little bit of a delay just in case, but go ahead, you're live. Don't wait for yourself.
Okay, great. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Ed Henning. I've sent in another letter, but this is a different thing that I'm talking about here, different items. So I hear you talking about a lot of this is not the appropriate time to do it. It's going to be done at a later date. So my question is, I guess, does something get identified to be rezoned without it actually being qualifying to be rezoned? So then once you rezone a special use property like this, that then it's always going to be there? I guess that's a question. Anyway, we talked also about, I've heard about vicinity. My wife, Mary and I, we own parcels 3 and 4 from both 5-acre parcels in Longhorn Acres. We purchased our properties years ago from the same LLC, the 4 people that are now trying to rezone their adjoining properties to a high density, high traffic, and high occupancy 24/7, which is out of the community character. we, along with the other 100 property owners, vehemently request that you deny the proposed rezone application. The new plan is totally out of the local character of the community. The RV camp project will stick out like a sore thumb. And in our property that we have, we share the same property line as the property that's going to be rezoned or that's asking for rezoning. And so we will be looking right up that hill at all the RVs and all those things just sitting there. So there goes our view also, like a lot of people have said. This project is based only on what the 4 LLC partners want. New projects are usually based on fulfilling the greatest public needs and desires, with individual wants as secondary. The RVP opposes the 100 owners' needs and desires. We don't want this rezone. We don't need the RV camp in our community. The RVP is considered a single-use project. It cannot be used for anything other than this type of business. If the RVP is unsuccessful, or as other people have talked about, it changes the way it operates, it ends up that it'll turn into a rundown, derelict monstrosity. The LLC should apply for rezone at a different location where it will be supported and have a better chance of success. And you talked about economic criteria. If approved, the devaluation of our 2 properties is estimated to be as much as $50,000 each. And I got this information from several local real estate people. So I know I've heard that somebody says that, oh yeah, it increases the property value. Not with this. Everybody's looking up at the hill. And with each parcel being an additional cost for drilling wells, it could be an extra $30,000 to $60,000. We share the property lines with the RV camp, as I mentioned. The total surrounding property devaluation and extra build costs could easily exceed $1 million. Who's going to pay for that? Are we expected to take that out of our pocket? None of us have that kind of money. All it's going to do is things that we own that are an asset now are going to be devalued because somebody else wants to put profit in their pockets. Please, LLC 4 partners, apply for an RVP rezone at a different location that is supported and may thrive. If approved, all residential property values will drop. Recent buyers' equity could end up upside down. The community could lose its desirability and take an even greater unwanted downturn. This rezone, if approved, will drive the rezoning of other properties to support the proposed RV camp. Look out, the community will change for the worse. The dominoes will fall quickly. Some RVers shoot off fireworks. I know people think they don't, but they do. I've seen it, especially on 4th of July. Controlling over 300 RVers, even if you only have 50 people there, you usually have at least 4 or 5 people per RV. So controlling those is impossible. The wildfire hazard is major. If something starts, it's just going to go across that prairie phenomenally. And as you've heard,
Mr. Henning, do you have anything new to add? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're kind of repeating things that have been mentioned before, and we all understand those concerns.
I'm adding things. I'm talking to you about what's going on. Okay, so I'm almost done. The LLC, the 4 people that are protecting its future bottom line and profits by ignoring all the external negatives, especially the devaluation, possibly greater than $1 million, of many of the current 100 landowners' properties. The cost to the community will be much too great. Our community should not be required to live next to or drive by this unwanted project and traffic daily. We, the 100 landowners, vehemently oppose this rezoning and development in Peyton because it is a rural residential community. And another concern that I have that just came up, that the house on the property and the RVP are separate. So they could sell off the house and all of a sudden there's no place for anybody to manage the property from. Father God, please touch the hearts of all the people involved in this project, soften all their hearts, bring us to common ground, your wisdom, understanding, knowledge, your justice, and the fear of the Lord for all. Thank you for all your blessings. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Henning. Last chance, no more comments. The public comment portion of this hearing is closed. We're, here's where we're at. We have about 22 minutes before two of our commissioners are going to have to leave. So are you asking for a 5-minute break, or you said you need 5 minutes to come back? Okay, yeah, 1 minute break just for Ms. Barlow. No, after sitting here for almost exactly 80 minutes as predicted, just need to get that in there one more time. Yeah, some of us need to stretch our legs, so about a couple minutes.
May I ask staff questions?
I'd hate to have go ahead. Yes, we can.
Procedural.
Okay, a procedural issue is fine.
Since we are restricted to looking at the criteria for this, they did bring in obviously, if we're rezoning it as an RV park, they gave us some additional details. I don't know if these are the details that they've given to us, like the number of spots and all that, are required at this point. If they would have just come in and said, we want an RV park, and not made any specific plan, would that have been acceptable for them in terms of doing the application? Or are they going above and beyond by saying, okay, this is what it's going to look like, here's where this is going to be, where that's going to be?
Megan Harrington, Planning Director. The rezoning application does not require a site plan. It does not require details about number of RVs. It is only required to be submitted with the request, a rezoning map, and a letter of intent related to the criteria for the rezoning. And so, no, they are going above and beyond with giving all of this detailed information up front.
So the next question would be, they've presented these ideas. If we rezone the to RVP, and then after the rezoning is completed, let's say county commission also agrees, and then they go now to the site plan, okay? Then because that's the next stage in the process where we talk about water and all the specifics. Could they change this to a 200 RV site, or is their preliminary sketch plan going to be adjacent or combined with the rezoning, so that they're kind of stuck with what they're basically proposing? Obviously, they can massage around the edges, but are we going to be approving this with the intention of them actually going together, or could the next stage create something completely different?
There are, the land development code for the RVP has maximums that Kylie brought up through the application. They would be required to stay under those maximums. There is also the ability that you can condition a zoning depending on what that condition is, or what those recommended conditions would look like. And that's where the county attorney would need to weigh in. But at this point, other than us understanding what their intention is, there's nothing keeping them from submitting this other than that is what what they're telling us.
So we could do a condition that says, this approval is conditional on a site plan being submitted roughly similar to what we're looking at, as opposed to being drastically different.
Lori Seago, yes, I would not recommend that language because who knows what roughly similar means.
Right.
But yes, you can condition your approval on what has been presented today and the description of the project as presented today. And I recommend you be as specific as you can. If you want to address a specific document that's been presented as part of the application, or a specific number of sites, or a specific operations plan, you can do those things. And we can, staff can help you craft those conditions once we understand what your intent might be.
And then, okay, so rough conditions like, let's say we said, okay, no more than 100. I mean, obviously there's maximums that are under code, but if we said this would be conditional on not more than 110 sites or something like that, that would be legal. I mean, that
Yes.
would be within our purview.
Yes.
Okay. Then additional conditions, like for example, and this may be just a comment to the applicant to get through some of the issues here, but things like being conditionally closed in December, January, February, restrictions on the length of stay, no signing of FEMA contracts, restricting fires to a propane fire pit adjacent as opposed to an open fire. If we wanted to, at this point, put any of those conditions in, is that appropriate, or that those types of conditions would be specifically at the next stage?
So, yes, you can have conditions like that. However, they have to be in furtherance of your review criteria. So keep that in mind. So for example, in your head, if you're thinking this is only compatible with the surrounding neighborhood if X, Y, Z are happening, then you would want to state that in the record and make those kind of conditions. But if it's just because it will make it more palatable to the neighborhood, or, it's your personal preference, for example, then that would not be legally supportable. But if it's in furtherance of compliance with the master plan, compatibility with the surrounding community, then yes, and we can have those discussions.
Okay. And then
Staff can also look at some of that as part of the site development plan, right? Even though you may not condition that fires can only be propane or some of that level of detail at a rezoning, we can look at that. If you're making comments saying we have these concerns, we can look at that and how that is implemented. But at that point, you are leaving that up to staff to implement what your comments are in the most appropriate way that staff sees fit. And so I can't tell you, there could be some variation on that. But as far as meeting the criteria at that time, that's also an option as well.
And then one last, again, procedural type question. If this gets approved, let's say it gets built out, and then they sell the property, is there something, because like if we say specifically that this rezoning is related to the site plan that the sketch that they've given us, if they sell the property, can the next owner then go in and put 300 sites on there? I mean, they obviously have to meet water requirements and sewage requirements, but would they be able to drastically change it, or would the next owner be bound by the conditions in this approval?
It's always bound by the conditions that are attached to the Board of County Commissioners approval.
Thank you.
Any other procedural things? I think we're going to bring Ms. Barlow up, and I guess I would just speculate that or suggest that, to Ms. Seago's initial comment about not recommending a lot of conditions at this point, the fact that this will come back to us in addition to a site plan we would be able to be the ones to enforce. It's like, hey, wait a minute. I thought the last time you were here, you said 100. Now you're saying 200. That might affect our judgment more so than a condition or.
I was really just firing it over the bow so that they knew what potentially could be coming.
So, Ms. Sego.
I just had one more clarification for the record, and the applicant has stated as part of their proposal here today, or their presentation here today, that the intent of the owner is to live on the residents on the adjacent parcel and manage the park from that location. And that is certainly what may occur. I'm not giving an opinion, but I just want you to know that once the property is subdivided into 2 parcels, those parcels can potentially be sold separately in the future.
Does the applicant have any comments in response to the public comments or any summary comments before we close and go to deliberations?
Certainly. I am going to try and keep it to the criteria because there is a lot of responses I could make to some factual inaccuracies and speculation about certain things. But I would like to go back to the first criteria is the master plan. So, and I also want to touch on one comment that was made right at the end about this was zoned at the time in the 90s for a reason as A35. Yes, there was a lot of blanket zoning based on the predominant character of the area. A lot has changed since then, including a new master plan. And that master plan, as I noted, this site is in a priority development area that is indicating that there will be more development along Highway 24, and I would say this is generally within that area, being only half a mile south. Between Peyton and Falcon, I think you're going to see a lot more intensity of development moving into the future. There was another comment saying that this was not, that tourism commercial was not permitted in this place type. So tourism commercial is only a supporting land use in the mountain interface place type. That's the only place it is an allowed or recognized land use in the context of the master plan. Tourism commercial is a supporting land use in the mountain interface. Now, I'm sure that the county does not anticipate that every single tourism commercial project is going to go along Highway 24 in that mountain interface area. There is need, demand, and requirements for commercial, tourism-based commercial throughout the county, and the master plan specifically encourages that. They encourage tourism to support the unincorporated areas. There was a lot made about, a lot of comments made about that this is not serving the community, that because of the facilities and the store being for camp guests only, it's not serving the community. Now, we had very direct criticism of the camp store at our neighbourhood meeting, taking trade from the corner store, from Maggie's Corner Store. And so we specifically clarified that was not the intent to take trade, that we were the facilities, the facilities that are being provided on the site are directly for campers. Conversely, the campers will be utilizing surrounding businesses. So more people are likely to use Maggie's Corner Store and bring more business to it, as well as other businesses in the area. And so I think that kind of rationale is not correct that was presented by the neighbours. Similarly, the whole discussion on sales tax, property tax, this property will be taxed commercially. A big chunk of that, 58%, will go to the school district. As regarding compatibility, one of the reasons we brought in and requested some people who we knew were supporting the project to speak, it's not often we have people speaking, is because we wanted to dispel this myth, and I think actually that was used by the lady online, that the people using this site are going to be criminals, pedophiles. I mean, sorry, you say pedophiles. I've been corrected from my pronunciation of that. Leching after the school children at the bus stop. I mean, those sort of comments are quite offensive. And this is going to be a quality RV park that is going to attract normal people that want to have a trip, a vacation, and to suggest that there is going to be a prevalence of crime or inappropriate activity from the people living here, not living here and staying here, is inaccurate. And to that point, as we've emphasized multiple times, this is not going to be permanent housing accommodation. So the comparison made to the RV parks like in Callahan, they have a different setup, and this is quite different. So I think that some of these fear-based considerations regarding compatibility should be considered in that light. I was asked the question about whether this is a limited scale commercial, and I said it's limited in terms of impact. So the concerns about traffic, there's been said all this traffic. Our traffic is so low from this development that CDOT don't even require us to have an access permit. I mean, that is very rare. So it is a very low generating traffic use. That traffic will not be coinciding majority of time with school traffic. As noted, the peak period for operations is going to be in the summer months. And even in terms of the hours of day when the school buses are traveling versus the peak time for the RVs are not going to interact. So there is, like I say, a lot of fear-based concerns, and we don't believe that this is going to be a high impact use in terms of the visual impact or the just general activities. There were concerns about noise. I think a lot of the concerns are just about change. And I think we hear that at every hearing. People don't want to see change. But is there actual harm? Is there actual detriment? And I would argue that there's not from this use, that this use can go harmoniously in this area as a more rural-based RV park. There were some suggestions that RV parks should only go in commercial areas. This should not against RV parks, but not in this neighborhood. I mean, how often do we hear that with other uses? An RV park in a commercial area is going to attract people who want to be in that environment. My client is trying to provide a different experience in a more rural area where they can look at the night sky and enjoy a peaceful rural location. And the people who come there are going to want that. And they are going to have controls. And to the point about conditions, I mean, I said in my presentation that we would be happy to accept a condition which limits it, and I think I had the wording in my presentation to visitors and tourism, because the RV park definition in the code isn't helpful. And I actually spoke to Ms. Harrington about this, and I said it would be nice if the new code that's coming forward would create a more separated definition where you have an RV park campground that is purely for visitors, separate from an RV park that's for permanent or temporary housing. But we would happily accept that restriction because that's what's intended. Regarding a condition on the length of stay, we have suggested that we would be happy with that. We think 3 months is reasonable. That would be our suggestion. Obviously, the whole season of 9 months would probably seem excessive, but we would suggest if that were a consideration, 3 months would be reasonable. The other aspect was, is this a site plan we are going to develop? And yes, from our perspective, it is. In fact, we're making tweaks and changes, but not materially changing it. And in fact, we're likely to, if we go in any direction, we're going to be reducing the number of campsites, because our ability, our water supply is one thing. We are okay on water, but the sanitary sewer has certain capacities as well. So we are at the top of where we could possibly go with this. And if anything, it's likely to come down. So if there wants to be a cap of 100 RV sites, I think my client will be fine with that. We are, obviously there is the proposal to subdivide the property into 2 lots, that's because they are financed differently. So there's a totally different financing mechanism between the single family home and an RV park. It's my client's intention to live there as long as they have left, I think, and on this planet, sorry to be a bit morose, but operate the RV park. But yes, after that time, things could change. But I think the point was made. You can't control your next door neighbor. They can sell their property. I've got great neighbors right now, and they could sell, and I'd be horrified. But vice versa, it could stay the same. And same with fireworks. Everybody that sets off fireworks, especially in the county, on July 4th. So, yes, I think that's really all I want to say. It is going to be a low impact use. I think the fears that have been expressed are the basis for many of the concerns. And my client wants to be a good neighbour. They're going to live there themselves, and will provide a buffer to the gentleman to the south. The last speaker on the line, who actually is the only person who spoke that actually does share a property line with this property. Others are detached from it or on the other side of Payton Highway. So they are keen to be a good neighbour. They're going to live there on the property, and they're going to manage and control this property. And to the point about the zoning, we have no choice but to rezone to RVP for this use. This is the only zoning that supports this use. And we have to kind of go with this zoning. Is it perfect? Maybe not. It does limit us to just doing an RV park. Whereas, but then there is the opportunity to rezone in the future. I mean, that's the one thing about zoning. It is not static as much as many people think it is. And there is a rezoning process, which we're going through. But yes, RV park currently in the county is the only zone within which we can do this particular development. And as I said earlier, we're actually going through the process of the rezoning and doing this upfront and with a full process for approval, hopefully, or review, let's say. Don't want to preempt anything. I think that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Barlow.
Thank you.
Any last questions for the applicant or the staff?
Did you ever come up with an answer for the occupancy rate?
Was it what that graph was based on? Scott, do you have that? We forgot about that, sorry.
Yeah.
Graph, what was the occupancy rate?
The occupancy rate was based upon statistics from the outdoor hospitality industry on the number of active campers and the number of couples with families, couples with animals, singles. And so I took a representative sample of that, and that came out to about, I think it was about 2.2 average people per camper.
Okay, so you take whatever number that is, and you divide it by 2.2, and that's how many campers are about.
That'd be about the number of people that would be present on the campground during an average for that month.
Okay.
The average daily number of campers for each month.
But that's based on an assumed occupancy rate, so
Right.
You might want to, can you explain where you got your assumed occupancy rate?
Yeah, I'm looking for you have 100 spots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your guesstimate, how many are filled at any one time throughout the year?
Well, the standard vacancy rate is going to be around 65 to 70%.
Okay, so about 70% of those 100 spots are going to be filled at some point in
Right.
time. Okay.
On average. And that's kind of standard with like hotels.
Okay.
And things like that. That's very standard.
Perfect.
Obviously with the fluctuation through the season, yeah. Does that answer your question? Thank you, sorry, I forgot that.
No, thank you. The thing is, he doesn't forget anything,
No,
so
yeah.
he's going to remember all that stuff. Any other questions? Thank you. Okay, being very well aware that we have some commissioners who may need to leave, let me start there. Would you, Ms. Fuller, do you have any comments that you'd like to make?
For my fellow commissioners?
For
Yes.
us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I think we want to be careful about discounting opposition that's not right next door. These are large residential lots, and I think that a lot of the neighbors that are concerned, they're worried about setting precedent. So I think that they do have valid concerns, and they shouldn't be discounted. Generally speaking, I do not believe that this is in conformance with the master plan. specifically that we're talking about less prevalent and serve to support the primary land use of the community. This clearly is not serving the neighbors in the community like the other commercial uses that we're seeing there. The other ones seem to be, the other kinds of facilities like this seem to be right on the highway with quick access. They're not going through residential neighborhoods. And I realize that we're talking about less than a mile from the highway. But I just don't think that this is the proper location. And the word leapfrog was used, and I think that's an appropriate description of what's happening here. So I am not in favor of this, and that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Mr. Whitney, are you, I want to give you a chance to go, but at the same time, you're probably going to stick around long enough to vote anyway.
I bought another 20 minutes, so I'll make my comments when I vote.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Any other comments first? Doesn't look like it. Ms.
My
Jack?
question would be, are these two uses being done together separately? Okay. So my motion is for 5A. Mr. Chair, with regards to agenda item 5A, file number P2315 for a map amendment rezoning Lazy Y, Rocking J, RVRR-5 rezone. I move for approval with 2 conditions and 2 notations, and with no finding for sufficiency of water as it's not appropriate at this time, and I move it to be sent to the commissioners for approval. And I'd like to make one comment. Along with Ms. Barlow's comments, I hate the fear-based mongering, and it's really offensive to me that someone thinks it's a bad thing to make a profit or have a business.
Thank you. So we have a motion, and I will just clarify, this is the motion on to make the parcel RR5.
Mr. Chair.
The 5, the 5 acres of the 35, the residential.
If this were to pass and the other wouldn't, isn't it one parcel now? So can you rezone just part of a parcel? You can. Okay, thank you. I learned something new today.
Okay, any other?
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Murray's second, thank you. Any discussion on this item? I will begin to my left. Mr. Markowicz.
Aye.
Ms. Fuller.
Aye.
Ms. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Murray's.
Aye.
Mr. Whitney.
Aye.
Mr. Byers.
Aye.
And Ms. Miriam.
Nay.
The chair will vote aye, so we'll recommend 7-1 approval for the RR5 for the smaller parcel, the smaller portion of this lot. And would you like to expand on your vote, Ms. Miriam?
To me, this is a package deal, and I don't believe it's suitable or compatible with the area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's done. So now, any discussion on the file number RVP 231? This is the part that will rezone the 30-ish acres into an RV park zoning district. Mr. Moraes.
I'll provide my comments. I look at this in a couple different ways, mainly with compatibility with the existing land uses. And, it's been advertised, it's been put forth that this is commercial service limited in this area, and commercial service limited is a supporting land use. But when you go into the master plan and you read about supporting land uses in the place type area, it says that supporting land uses, and I'll open it up so I don't sound misquoted or anything, but supporting land uses are less prevalent, okay, and serve as ancillary function that complements the primary land use. And the primary land use in large lot residential is single-family detached homes. And so the question is, does this RV park support the primary land use of those single-family detached homes? And I don't. I look at supporting land uses, that commercial services, commercial retail stuff like nurseries, repair shops, studios, bakeries, barber shops, things that are very small in scale that you might need at a, at a small little strip mall or an intersection, in that large lot residential to support the people who live in the single family detached residentials. I look at this RV proposal as not really supporting, or I don't see it at all supporting those that are living in the large lot residential place type. So that's where I don't see the compatibility with the place types there. And then at the same time, the occupancy, rates, we were talking about that. I asked the question, and they said it's about 65, 70%. Let's say even 50% were occupied at any one time. If you have 100 spots, and really at any time, again, if you normalize it out, even in the big months, you're going to have about 50, of those RVs occupied. So then you kind of go, hey, there's really, in my mind, there's 50 RVs occupied, RV slots occupied at any one point in time, really support or go along and compatible with the large lot residential place type and the A35 zoning of that area. And again, I don't see the compatibility or the conformance right there. So with those two big things really kind of jumping out at me, I can't see how we could support this proposal. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moraes. Anyone else? Ladies first, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Whitney. Ms. Fuller.
I would like to respond to Ms. Jack's comment about basically capitalism. I don't think anyone here is against people making money. The question is about, is this an appropriate location for that and at whose expense? So that I think we mostly align on most everything. This one, I think we have different opinions.
Well, and since you want to have that discussion, I heard more than 4 people talk about these people just want to make money. So.
Okay. Everyone should make money.
Mr. Whitney.
Getting contentious up here, much less in the audience. So I'm going to agree with Mr. Moraes and Ms. Fuller, I guess for many of the same reasons. I simply do not think this is in general conformance with the master plan, even in the broadest sense. And when we talk about tourism and economic development being important, they are important as a philosophy, but that doesn't mean they can just get put anywhere. They have to fit where they're going. So, and in my mind, this is, if you look around, proposed land use or zone district is not compatible with existing and permitted land uses in zone districts in all directions. It just isn't. You just look at the map. And to Mr. Moraes' point, I'm a little concerned by the notion that because somebody runs a tractor repair shop for his neighbor or himself, that's commercial. So now all of a sudden we can piggyback onto that and say, well, we can put this commercial in there because there's already commercial there. To me, that's a little like saying if I operate a Kool-Aid stand, you can put a car manufacturing plant in there because they're both commercial. So I don't think the commercial tie is appropriate. I understand it, but I think it's a piggyback job. I don't think it really fits. So I'm a great friend of the Smiths, so I'm not happy about this, but I will tell you that I will be voting no because I just don't think it's appropriate. It's not compatible.
Thank you, Mr. Whitney. Other comments? Okay, we've heard some specific comments. I believe my job is simply to now entertain a motion. We have Ms. Jack.
Okay, Mr. Chair, in regards to agenda item 5B, file number RVP 231 for a map amendment rezoning Lazy Way Rocking J RV Park rezone. I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution and 2 conditions, 2 notations, and finding of water sufficiency not necessary at this time, and sent to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval.
Thank you, Ms. Jack. Is there a second?
Can I second to get to a vote?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll second.
Absolutely. It doesn't count as your vote. It doesn't count as your
I
vote.
second.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moraes. Okay. And now I'll start with you. Mr. Markowitz.
Nay.
Okay. Sorry, let me get into Ms. Fuller?
No.
Ms. Jack?
Yes.
Mr. Moraes?
No.
Mr. Whitney?
No.
Mr. Byers?
No.
Ms. Miriam?
No.
And I believe what is that? That is 6-1. And I will make it 6-2 as a recommendation. Well, that's actually 2-6. 2-6 to approve, so the motion fails. I think we have the procedural question. We either let that recommendation, since the motion failed, it's a recommendation to deny the application. We don't need to do a second one. We don't need to specify. The record will show what our issues are.
Correct.
What our concerns are. Okay, and I'll take then my opportunity to kind of explain my vote, and I certainly appreciate the comments of my colleagues up here. We all look at these things a little bit differently. I tend to focus a little bit more on the master plan in a broader sense than just the land use portion. There's much more to it than land use. Yes, that's the part that we deal with most directly, but there are provisions in the master plan that I do believe this is absolutely compatible with, and it's compatibility, not exactly matching any other uses. So there is some judgment involved. There is the ability to look at this. I defer back to or fall back to my view of private property rights, and the last comment online, commenter online kind of drove this home, seeming to suggest that the applicant has unlimited ability to find a location and put an RV park there. No, the applicant owns a piece of property and has a right to do with that property what he wants, just as every one of you who own your property want to be left alone to do what you want with that. Now, it may impact the neighbors, and sometimes we have that. Ms. Barlow's very good neighbors might go away, and they might get somebody like me with somebody next to me with a yappy little dog that bothers me. But they have every right to have that dog, and so I don't get to do that. So private property is important. I think that going through the process as the applicant has here is commendable. It's the kind of thing that we should have. I believe that the difference that I take with most of the comments that I've heard here is that blanket initial zoning that created this area 30 years ago where nobody was, the nature of the character of these neighborhoods, the character of the neighborhoods has changed significantly from the zoning. And that whole corridor out Highway 24 to Peyton is different, dramatically different than it was. You guys have been there for how long? 30 years ago? Most of you, this is not the same county that we were in 30 years ago. And many of us don't like that. Some of us like some aspects of it. Some of us, but don't like others. The reality today is that this type of use is the kind of thing that, if not now, will be coming to that area because of the growth in our county. That's where the growth lies. So those are my comments. That's the reason that I voted to approve this application. The Board of County Commissioners will hear this and make a final determination. Ours is only an advisory role. I see Ms. Miriam has a comment.
Well, just if I could ask the audience, how many of you, this is your first time ever coming in here? All right. This is incredible. You need to know that everybody up here is a volunteer. So there's not any kind of hanky-panky going on. But every 2 weeks when we have these meetings, it's a ream of paper. So everything that you write is in the record and it is retained. I encourage all of you to volunteer. We have thousands of positions in our county, all going empty. So being involved with your neighborhood, with your county, with your state, I really commend. And that's why I voted the way I voted. I do not see the suitability. I heard your messages, and I do not see the compatibility. That's kind of that gray area that our lady over here had shared it with us. And when you have grandfathered in because you've been here for decades, I think there's some validity to what you already did. Now, as we continue to grow, as Mr. Bailey said, if you're not involved, you have no voice. So please take this experience. We are only an advisory board. As he said, this is all going to be actually approved at the county commissioner level. So every one of your voices need to be seen and heard again.
Not approved, the decision will be made, whatever, to approve or deny. There's no guarantee either one way or another. Just some of the letters might have implied that this was a done deal. That is usually the case. Ms. Jack.
I'd just like to reiterate a little bit about what you said about growth. I was part of the master plan for 2 years, and we were told by experts that in the next few decades, we're going to grow by another 250,000 people. They're going to live somewhere. I personally, and I'm aging myself, have lived here since 1957. So you can imagine the changes I've seen. I remember the battle over zoning, Eastern El Paso County in the 90s. I've watched it grow. I walked across Academy Boulevard when it was a dirt road to go to school. So I've seen the growth, and a lot of you've moved here since then, and I'm not offended that you're here. And I think we need to face, as Mr. Bailey said, future growth in this community, and it can only go so many places.
Thank you. Any other questions? With that, I am going to thank again the public for your involvement in the process. We are going to recess for about 15 minutes or so. We'll announce who's here at the end of that. Hopefully we'll keep enough. We will keep enough to hear our final item. I appreciate the patience of the special district folks, and we'll come back and try to be close to 2:30 back here. And again, thank you all for your participation. And you have to stay till the end. No, right. I'm just kidding. Thank you. Patients in the interim here, we've lost Ms. Fuller and Mr. Whitney. They had other engagements this afternoon, so I'll go ahead and review who will be voting for this particular item. We still have a quorum. We have 6 now. Quorum's 5, so we're good. But Ms. Jack, Mr. Byers, Mr. Markowitz, Ms. Miriam, and the chair will be voting. So those are, Mr. Moraes, did I say your name? You're still here, sorry. So we do have 6 voting members, and now we will move to item 5C, file number ID 242, a special district service plan for the overlook at Homestead. I'm told we have a new and improved format for the staff presentation, so we're all waiting anxiously to see just how fast you can get this done.
I'm under
No,
pressure.
I'm not.
That's it. Okay. Thank you, Carrie Parsons with Planning and Community Development. This is for the Overlook at Homestead Metropolitan District. This application has received no opposition, and there is nobody online that I'm aware of that would like to speak in favor or against or in the audience, except for the applicant. All right. The review staff on this was myself and Ms. Durham. If there's anybody still watching out there and you did want to participate, if you could go ahead and email and we'll get you in the queue. More specifically, this is a request by the applicant for a 350.8 acre service plan or special district with a maximum debt authorization of $10 million. That debt service mill levy of 50 mils for residential, 10 mils for operation and maintenance for the public improvements and some private improvements that the district would maintain, and then a special purpose mill levy of 5 mils for covenant enforcement for a combined total mill levy of 65, which is the maximum that our service plan policy guidelines and model service plan allow. The mandatory criteria for disapproval and the discretionary criteria for disapproval are on your screen. Good. Some history about this. This property was zoned from agricultural to rural residential on January 11th this year. The overlook at Homestead Preliminary Plan was approved by the Board of County Commissioners in May. That included 62 rural single-family detached lot, one tract that is going to be a cistern, mail kiosk, and some parking for the mail, 21.3 acres of public right-of-way, and a 25-foot regional trail easement for the El Paso County Palmer Divide Regional Trail. The applicant is not responsible for the construction of that trail at this time. However, they are providing an easement or shall provide an easement at the time of final plat. The purposes of this district are statutory, very similar to what you typically see, except for this applicant is also including that covenant enforcement purpose, which is supportive of that 5 mil special purpose. This is a picture of the approved preliminary plan showing the proposed public right-of-ways the district will design, construct, and own. There are no specific open space tracks for detention and parkland. However, the district is still responsible to design and construct the 6 detention facilities that will be under private ownership, so on the lots, and then the district will still maintain ownership of those 6 detention ponds and drainage ways throughout this preliminary plan and eventually final plat development. Currently, there's about 41.774 mils on the property right now. If the district were to maximize at 65 mils, the maximum would be 106.774 mils. In general, that is lower than we typically see with with metropolitan districts in El Paso County unincorporated. In terms of the tax impacts towards the county, the district will, I'm going to read this slide exactly so that I don't misspeak for our finance department. The district would assess 50 mil debt service levy, a 10 mil O&M levy, and 5 mil special purpose levy on the properties from 2027 to 2067. Over that 40-year period, which assumes a 10-year refinance and then a 30-year bond after that 10-year refinance, the effect of collecting property taxes for the district will decrease El Paso County's specific ownership tax by about $8.6 thousand each year. In the first year, 2028, the SOT collections would be reduced by about $374 and grow to about $14.8 thousand at final maturity. At the same time, even though the SOT collections are going down, the property taxes are going up. So we're looking at about 3.9 collected in 2028 and up to $156,000 in 2067. And over the course of the 40-year life of the bonds, you're looking that the SOT overall is reduced by about $374,000, and overall those property and taxes are increased by about $3.6 million for unincorporated El Paso County.
Excuse me. No, you probably have a good question. Go ahead. I have an observation that I will make off the record in a minute.
When we're talking about the increases, for example, going from 3,900 in 2028 to 156,000 in 2067, that's not a straight line inflation number. That must be based on the improvements that are expected to be made on that property, which in addition to inflation would bring more revenue. Is that?
So in the applicant's packet, and the applicant has their financial, they're still here, just making sure we didn't lose them. I'm like, let me make sure. They can explain it in detail, but in general summary, it's my understanding that this analysis is based on the actual financial plan that was submitted, which is a 6% biannual increase for assessment value. And so basically we're looking at this long-term based on that value, but I would defer to the applicant to get into the specifics because they are the expert.
Okay, thank you.
And my comment, kind of off the record, or question for you off the record, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, is that do the commissioners who asked for this information some time ago finally get it, that the calculations are going to come out that property tax collections will increase significantly above this specific occupancy tax? That's why we got to this a couple of years ago. Every time we see it, there's a significant, it comes out significantly better for the county by approving these things. I'll just let you stew on that for a little while, and perhaps Ms. Harrington might talk to the commissioners about it at some point and figure out if this is still worth our time and effort to answer what I think was just a curiosity a couple years ago.
Well, in theory, the need for the district is so that the developer doesn't have to finance these improvements out of pocket. So by creating the district, that allows the property to flourish and grow. So if we didn't have the district, or if the applicants didn't create the district, then we wouldn't have that excess property tax. So
Yeah, no, I understand why we're doing this, but my
Okay.
point is, at some point, one of these came before the county commissioners, and somebody said, wait a minute, we're losing SOT revenue, so how are we going to make that up? And then the answer came back, oh, we make it up way more in regular property tax than in the SOT.
There are commissioners that ask this question every time. And we have been instructed to include this analysis every time, but duly noted. And if asked, we will relay the conversation.
I mean, have we ever seen one where it is not 10 times more beneficial to the county to do this? I don't think so. So
all right.
sorry to take us off on that tangent, but it's late.
It's okay. Food coma, I know. This property, again, at the time of rezoning and preliminary plan, the overall development was found to be compliant with the master plan. So just want to point out, yes, this is in the rural place type, and this development certainly fits in with that place type character. But also remember, there's goal LU4 to continue that development and pays for itself. And so a special district enables that versus the El Paso County constructing those public roads. Summary of the application should note that the estimated improvements on paper without labor are about 7.9 million. Of that, about 6.1 million are eligible for district reimbursement. This is anticipated to have a 6-year build out, with most of those public improvements, such as the roads and those detention facilities, being constructed prior to that 6-year build out. It is typical that we would see an ask for an amount over the cost of the overall improvements. And so we have that in this service plan. It's about 22%, which seems to be about average from what we're seeing this year in those applications. As I mentioned, or I didn't mention it yet, the site will be served by wells and on-site wastewater or individual septic systems. So the district is not responsible to design those. However, the district could be responsible to do the well monitoring and reporting to the state as a function of its purposes. So that is why the district has asked for those statutory purposes and its powers. Covenant enforcement is anticipated to be related to water. So that as the water finding conditions are met through the covenants, then the district can enforce those covenants under their statutory powers. The district will be required to install and design that fire cistern and maintain it. The fire protection districts do not maintain fire cisterns. Those metropolitan districts do, or an HOA. The district also has the ability to provide security services. As we heard today, it sounds like response times may be a little bit reduced in that area of the county, so perhaps that is a benefit. At this time, the district is not proposing trash service or TV relay or communication. However, the district has requested that is included in its purposes, which is allowed under statute, so that in the future, if they needed to do so, they could. The applicant's service or financial plan included in the service plan has shown that they have the ability to discharge the debt with that 10-year refinance over a maximum period of 40 years, with the bonds not exceeding 30. And there is no other governmental entity or jurisdiction that is capable of providing these services in the area.
May I ask a question?
Mr. Markowitz, please.
So can you go back one? So for the individual wells, so are you talking about the district is going to be responsible from a broad sense, but each individual property owner will have to do their own well and have their own septic system, as opposed to a larger system on the property that's going to service everybody?
So this development, being very rural in nature, is not a community well or community system. So yes, each individual each individual lot will have a custom home on it, and each homeowner will drill their own well and design their own septic system. At the time of the water finding of sufficiency that was made at the preliminary plan, it is very normal for the county attorney to put conditions on a water finding that well monitoring should occur, and it must be done as a part of the covenants for a subdivision, so we can ensure that it's happening. It is also very typical that if a district is created, that district would take on that responsibility to make sure that those homeowners aren't overusing their allocation. So this is pretty standard.
Okay, so that's already been submitted, but we're not acting on that yet.
It is not.
This is the first step, and then at some point you'll bring forward more?
No. So as I mentioned, the preliminary plan and the rezoning have already been approved. That water finding was made at the preliminary plan. So this district is just requesting to include that power, which is allowed under state statute, to be included as a part of their service plan.
Okay. And this was actually a question for Ms. Fuller regarding the special purpose mill levy of the 5 mills. On your slides, it said special purpose. You specifically did say, verbally, you said that it's for covenant enforcement.
Correct.
It just wasn't written on the slide. Is there a way for them to say, hey, we want to just take those 5 mills and do for some other special purpose other than, because it wasn't on your slide. I don't know if they have wiggle room.
There's not really any wiggle room. So the special purpose is only in our policies that were adopted in 2022, and actually the policies previously would really limit them to either fire district purposes or covenant enforcement. So they're pretty locked in there.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, Chair, if there are no further questions, I'd like to ask the applicant to come up.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I should ask, are there any other questions? Nobody else is hovering over the button. Applicant, please come forward.
While Ms. Parsons brings that up, I'll just introduce myself in the interest of time. Jennifer Ivey with the law firm Eisnagel, Seaver, Pogue, here on behalf of the applicant. And I believe you all have, this is uploaded into the system, the PowerPoint, and a lot of this is redundant with the hard work that Ms. Parsons and her team have already put into the robust report that was in your meeting packet, and what she's already given you is a verbal overview. So I'm happy to go through my very pretty slides and listen to myself talk. I'm also very happy to just take questions. So however the commission would like to continue, I know that you've been here all day.
I think we're all okay with just questions. Are there any?
I guess to answer a couple of questions, specifically, there's only very specific limited purposes for the special purpose mill levy, and the service plan identifies that it's going to be that covenant enforcement and design review. So the limitation is actually in the document that's before you today. And then your other question, I'm not the math person, but I can tell you that yes, the increase to the property taxes is based on the increase in the assessed valuation. That increase is not only because of these biennial increases just that we're all experiencing, but also the improvements with the new homes. So there's 2 answers.
Any other questions? Okay. I think we've done our duty here. We've done our due diligence. If there's anything you'd like to summarize for us before we...
I was just going to go to the slide that shows you kind of our timeline here. Appreciate all of you sticking around because from a statutory standpoint, we have to go to Planning Commission before we go to the Board of County Commissioners. And there's a very regimented set of dates that do and don't work. And then the 4th of July holiday always falls in the middle of that. So we're here today asking for you to recommend approval of the service plan to the Board of County Commissioners. We're intending to be before them on July 25th. Being here today allows us to make that July 25th date, which then allows us to submit to the district court to hold an election in November, which allows hopefully to have an order and decree by the end of the year. And then these folks can start utilizing the district early next year.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I do have one more
that's
question. Going back to the open space, is it that determining open space or designating open space just isn't part of the Metro District process, or were there, I mean, I can't imagine you're going to, most every plan I've ever seen has some sort of dedicated open space.
And
are we just not doing that on this particular development, or?
I'm happy to have anybody else address this from a land use standpoint, just because that's really part of land use, whereas the district can take care of open space if it were to exist, but we don't dictate whether or not there is or isn't open space.
Chairman is having me come up here, so I shall come up and answer. So this is straight zoned. So straight zoning does not have a minimum open space requirement. There's no open space requirement in R5, R2.5, RR0.5, RS 5000, or RS 6000. So no, there isn't. However, this particular development is rural in nature, and so with the large rural lots, certainly each home isn't going to fill all of the space within the lot.
Sure.
And because of the constraints due to the geology and those drainage corridors, as well as those
There are gonna be
detention
no built
ponds,
spaces
you're going to
and-
have that natural flow of open space the district will own and, or excuse me, maintain, although they will not be public open space tracts.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. That's why I wanted you to come up. It's good. Any other questions for the applicant? And I'm sorry, I forgot your name because you
Jennifer,
went
it's
right through
okay.
it. Okay, seeing no questions, we'll thank the applicant. Nothing back for staff. Any questions last time? Any discussion among the commission? Does anybody want to make a motion?
Sure. Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion with regard to agenda item 5C, file number ID 242, Special District Service Plan, overlook at Homestead Metropolitan District. Move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution and notations not applicable. Oh, I'm sorry, 6 conditions and 1 notation. And lost my place here. Water sufficiency is not applicable. And that this item should be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Byers. Second?
Second.
Mr. Moraes, second. Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, actually not even looking for any. Mr. Markowitz.
Aye.
Ms. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
Aye.
Mr. Byers.
Aye.
Ms. Miriam.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We'll recommend this unanimously to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval. Thank you for your time. Thank you, staff, for helping us with this as always.
Thanks for lunch.
And thank you for lunch. And we will see you all a month from now, since we will not meet on the 4th of July, right? So thanks for a week off, and we'll see you on July 18th.